I wonder if Vosh will do news or just repeat the same shitty self-help takes for 3 hours. That's a good message to start on. Maybe we could get to the good self-help takes if you guys wouldn't stop learning from the shitty self-help takes. We're still on clean your room and wash your asshole in the shower. You know, if you want to advance over to like investment tips, then you know you have to learn to crawl before you can learn to run. You mind if a white boy gets a little poofy jacket with it? And a hat? Did you see the insane Italy heist? I don't know what the fuck you think. Okay, here was my like wake up, getting ready for the day before starting stream. Okay, here was my wake up process. You know, what was the you know, steamed hams bit? I'm looking at the news. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. I see a clip on Twitter. Good Lord, what is happening in there? The Pam Bondi Epstein file hearing. Holy shit. Let's not waste any time, okay? Oh my God. Wait, let me... we have to lead into this, okay? It's been going on for 5 hours. Jesus Christ. Okay, well, come on, game capture.
Former Prince Andrew, Donald Trump attended various parties with Jeffrey Epstein. I want to know, were there any underage girls at that party or at any party that Trump attended with Jeffrey Epstein?
This is so ridiculous, and that they are trying to deflect from all the great things Donald Trump has done. There is no evidence that Donald Trump has committed a crime. Everyone knows that. This has been the most transparent presidency. He's the one that asked that those files.
I'm reclaiming my time. I got your answer. You said there's no evidence.
Trump asked
Mr. Chairman, please stop the clock. Stop the clock.
The legislation. This is ridiculous.
Time belongs to the gentleman from California.
Okay.
I have seen multiple clips. I have never seen a hearing go this badly for anyone ever. Not even close. It makes Kash Patel's hearings look like competent and well executed. They should have taken her out back, like behind the shed, months ago. She is the weakest link, dude. She is the weakest link. Like anyone, she is really, really, really bad at this. So bad, it's actually passing beyond the watermark for MAGA incompetence when questioned by Congress, which was already extremely high. Like, look at, okay, it's been going on for 5 hours. Look at how much there is to look at. Here's a sin, one of the two big, like, you know, nerdy wonk clip channel, whatever else, okay? Look at this. Okay? Most recent post, 38 seconds ago. Crockett to Bondi, convince some of these perpetrators that raped these women that are sitting behind you that you refuse to even acknowledge. So that's the temperature we're at as of 38 seconds ago on the clip channel. Now, let me just really quickly scroll through like a million clips. 1 hour ago. It's been going on for 5 hours. It's an infinite... It's limitless. I don't even know where to begin. We can't watch the whole 5 hours. I can't make a video out of that. I would.
There was one redaction out of over
listed as a co-conspirator.
4,700, and we invited you in. This guy has Trump derangement syndrome. He needs to get, you're a failed politician. I find it interesting that she keeps going after President Trump, the greatest president in American history. And if they could maintain their composure. You don't tell me.
Yeah, I did tell you because we saw what you did in the Senate.
You're a lawyer, not even a lawyer.
Committee will be in
You're obsessed with Donald Trump. You have Trump derangement syndrome. All of you who participated in those impeachment hearings against Donald Trump, you all should be apologizing. You sit here and you attack the president, and I am not going to have it. I'm not going to put up with it. The Dow is over 50,000 right now. The S&P at almost 7,000. and the NASDAQ smashing records. Americans' 401ks and retirement savings are booming. That's what we should be talking about.
Trying to intimidate and punish these ladies for coming forward.
Did she not see the jobs report? I am sure that the official MAGA line is that the jobs revision is fake. Wow, Pam really killing it. Yeah, if by it you mean the MAGA movement. I have genuinely, it's like beyond the pale. Look, in the White House, every single person there, every single one of them, either rapes kids or is fine with the people around them raping kids. They're all aware of the fact that they are looters who are trying to desperately scrape as much wealth out of the country as possible before the jig is up. Seriously, every single time the economy has any kind of lurch, anytime there's a shift, anytime there's new news, the information comes out late and a bunch of people get billions off of short selling like American Treasury bonds or specific companies. Like every single time there's any news, there's billions made in insider trading right beforehand. It's happened every time with no exceptions. So we know that all of this is about wealth transfer. And I think that like Pam Bondi, who's genuinely like pretty stupid. Keep in mind her only qualification really for being where she is right now is that she was like Trump's gal, you know, like literally just working for him. The more competent people in the White House are the people who can distract you from this effectively. But I think it's tough for anyone, right? When you're in an environment that's this evil, like not having that seep into your behavior, it's really, really, really tough, you know? Because everyone's like, why doesn't she simply lie perfectly? Well, you try lying perfectly when 1, you're 85 IQ, and 2, day in and day out, you are surrounded by the most evil people in the world who you agree with, and they're all like gunning each other on nonstop. She makes Carolyn Levitt look like a real professional. Yeah, for sure. Not sure why you're comparing them. Is it because they're both blonde women? Okay. I guess we have to start watching clips. We have to start watching clips. I don't know. We'll do as much. I have a feeling that this is going to get pretty repetitive pretty quickly. I've never seen a hearing play out like this. We have to. I don't know. We have to get started though. We have to get, if we can't, we have to get started. I don't know what to say.
Welcome, Attorney General Bondi. You've got the best lawyer's job in America because your mission is justice and your clients are the American people. But to promote justice for the people, you've got to listen to the victims, like the women seated behind you today. Those are just some of the hundreds of survivors of Jeffrey Epstein's global sex trafficking ring who are demanding that the truth be told and are demanding accountability for the abusers who trafficked and raped them. You still haven't met with these survivors. So with their permission, let me introduce to you the survivors and late survivors' family members who are present today. There's Teresa Helm, there's Jess Michaels, Laura Bloom McGee, Danny Bensky, Liz Stein, Marina Lacerda, Sky and...
It's true, she has not met with a single one of them, by the way. They're not even pretending to care about the Epstein files.
Amanda Roberts, who are...
The Deputy Attorney General just flatly said on TV like a week ago, we're not investigating anyone in the files. You know, like they're not, like that, they're not even putting forward the pretense. It's crazy because you'd think like the intelligent thing for them to do would be to like mention every Democrat in the files, then play that up, like go after Bill Gates or something. I don't know. But they can't really do that because the moment they do that, the first thing that comes up is, okay, what about like, okay, so let's bring them to Congress. Let's have them testify, right? You know, but they don't want that, right? It's like how the Bill and Hillary Clinton thing is not going to be an open testimony because the last thing the Republicans want is anybody speaking under oath about what happened there. Yeah, Bill Clinton's wearing a suicide vest. He's like, fucking dare me to do it, dare me. He's got TNT wrapped around his chest. They don't fucking care, you know? Like the MAGA movement is so odious that it's actually managed to alienate their fellow pedophiles. It's crazy. There used to be this like synchronicity at the upper end of the American aristocracy. Like it didn't matter what party you were a part of. If you were at Epstein Island, you were all like friends, you know, comrades in arms or whatever. But that seems to be broken now to a large extent.
The family of the late Virginia Giuffre, Charlene Richard, and Lisa Phillips. Now, you're not showing a lot of interest in the victims, Madam Attorney General, whether it's Epstein's human trafficking ring or the homicidal governmental violence against citizens in Minneapolis. As Attorney General, you're siding with the perpetrators and you're ignoring the victims. That will be your legacy unless you act quickly to change course.
Thank you, Raskin. Like this is just the setup to 5 hours, guy. Okay, we're gonna be here for a little while. This one's going down in the books.
That will be your legacy unless you act quickly to change course. You're running a massive Epstein cover-up right out of the Department of Justice. You've been ordered by subpoena and by Congress to turn over 6 million documents, photographs, and videos in the Epstein files.
She's too dumb to realize what's going on. No, I think the more likely answer is that like everyone in the White House knows it's over, basically. Between the jobs report today and Trump's declining popularity over time, I think they're all aware of the fact that at this point, any effort they put into trying to salvage this situation is just going to bring more attention to them. They're probably, yeah, Hitler in the bunker moment, basically. Like they understand at this point there's no fixing this, and it's just a matter of how like detached you are. You know who the smartest person in the admin was? Dan Bongino.
But you've turned over only 3 million. You say you're not turning over the other 3 million because they're somehow duplicative, but we know that there are actual memos of victim statements in there. And you also...
This is not necessarily relevant to the Epstein stuff in particular, but moreover to my point that it's fucking over and they're cooked. But if I remember correctly, there was it Texas? A special election for a local House seat that flipped like 70 points. And that was just yesterday. Oh, no, better than Texas, Oklahoma. In 2024, it was Trump plus 60. Last night, it was the Democratic candidate plus 15. A 75-point flip. So with stuff like this happening around the country, like if this kind of flip was applied countrywide, we would have it would be a 50-0. It would be the actual Tim Pool 50-0 sweep. It would be like they would be counting the electoral college votes from fucking Puerto Rico if we had this kind of flip around. So in light of these numbers, again, I really do think the White House is just giving up. Like, why attach themselves to this project? It's over, you know?
So took down the Department of Justice's prosecution memo from 2019. So it's clearly not all duplicative, but even if it were, why not release it? Just release all the duplicative stuff. In the half you did produce, you redacted the names of abusers, enablers, accomplices, and co-conspirators, apparently to spare them embarrassment and disgrace, which is the exact opposite of what the law ordered you to do. Even worse, you shockingly failed to redact many of the victims' names, which is what you were...
By the way, Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie both got a peep at the unredacted Epstein files. Apparently, Trump's name is mentioned within them over 1 million times. They both affirmed that. 1 million. That's like if you took every mention of Harry Potter in the Harry Potter novels after changing every single word in the Harry Potter novels to Harry Potter, and then stack that up against Trump's mentions of the Epstein files.
Were ordered to do by Congress. Some of the victims had come forward publicly, but many had not. Many had kept their torment private, even from family and friends. But you published their names, their identities, their images on thousands of pages for the world to see. So you ignored the law, and even with over 100,000 employees at your disposal, you acted with some mixture of staggering incompetence, cold indifference, and jaded cruelty towards more than 1,000 victims raped, abused, and trafficked. This performance screams cover-up.
I agree. Here, I'm going to skip through Raskin because I think he's fucking boring and we get the intro, okay?
Of course, our efforts reach beyond our urban centers. We are striking crucial blows against terrorist organizations such as MS-13, TDA.
All right, well, glad we're staying on topic.
This administration has been sued 627 times. We've fought through a nonstop flood of bad faith temporary restraining orders from liberal activist judges across this country. America has never seen this level of coordinated judicial opposition towards a presidential administration. It is not only an unlawful attack on the executive branch's authority, but a serious attack on the democratic process. In spite of this unprecedented judicial activism, we've attained 24 favorable rulings at the U.S. Supreme Court, their emergency docket, and even more to come. We've done so while ending the...
You're right. That's a strong argument for abolishing the Supreme Court and replacing it. Again, I reminder to, I assume a decent number of people are watching, whatever number of people are watching. I am now a democracy maximalist, by which I mean we have to do the most possible to preserve it, which means we have to replace the Supreme Court. We have to replace the Supreme Court. We have to get rid of the Senate. These things are not negotiable. We have to. We absolutely, there's like no way around it. Like democracy can't survive these people.
Weaponization of the prior administration by dropping FACE Act prosecutions, exposing the Arctic frost scandal via congressional disclosure, thank you, Chairman, and restoring one tier of justice in this country.
What? How would you replace the Supreme Court? You take out the people who are there, and then you put in new people.
Congress, as all members of Congress, as you know, are invited to visit DOJ to see for yourselves. I want to take a moment to acknowledge the Epstein survivors who are here today. I'm a career prosecutor, and despite what the ranking member said, I have spent my entire career fighting for victims, and I will continue to do so.
It's so far past this point. Again, like maybe it's just her being stupid, but the smartest thing she could do here is just not really say much of anything. Like every time they ask her a question, she just, you know, says nothing basically. The fact that she's actually like, why would you commit yourself to this? Like a 5-hour grueling inquiry when you have nothing. You have nothing to give people.
I am deeply sorry for what any victim has been through, especially as a result of that monster. If you have any information to share with law enforcement about anyone who has hurt you or abused you, the FBI is waiting to hear from you.
Jesus Christ. The people who have made like their mission to share their story. Well, if you have anything to share, you can like call your local, you can leave us like a message on the answering machine and we'll get back to you. She hasn't met with any of them.
I want you to know that any accusations of criminal wrongdoing will be taken seriously and investigated. The Department of...
Unless it's the inquiries already present within the Epstein files, in which case we'll completely ignore them and like lie about them and censor them and try not to release them and lie about their contents once they're out there.
Justice is committed to holding...
I know we're completely stonewalling all of the previous testimonies offered by Epstein victims, but we'll really take seriously these new ones.
Criminals accountable to the fullest extent of the law.
Yeah.
To the survivors in the room, if you are willing, please stand. And if you are willing, please raise your hands if you have still not been able to meet with this Department of Justice. Please know for the record that every single survivor has raised their hand. To the
Sheesh.
Attorney General Bondi, you apologized to
What would need to be in the files to make MAGA turn against Trump? Nothing. There's nothing. It does. Again, I've said this before. I hope people don't think I'm being hyperbolic, but like a video could come out of Trump raping a child, and it would not make a difference meaningfully. These people live in information bubbles. They're not like you. You might as well, like, genuinely, you might as well ask, like, what debunk of the Bible would it take to finally make people not Christian? It's like, I don't know, man. Like, you can convince some people, but for the most part, that's metaphysical. You're not really like that. Like, that's the level we're talking about here, you know?
to the survivors in your opening statement for what they went through at the hands of Jeffrey Epstein. Will you turn to them now and apologize for what your Department of Justice has put them through with the absolutely unacceptable release of the Epstein files and their information?
Congresswoman, you sat before
No.
Merrick Garland sat in this chair twice.
Attorney General Bondi,
No, can I finish my answer?
No, I'm going to reclaim my time because I asked you a specific question that I would like you to answer, which is, will you turn to the survivors? This is not about anybody that came before you. It is about you taking responsibility for your Department of Justice and the harm that it has done to the survivors who are standing right behind you and are waiting for you to turn to them and apologize for what your Department of Justice has done.
Members get to ask the questions, the witness gets to answer in the way they want to answer. The Attorney General can
that's
respond.
not accurate, Mr. Chairman.
Because she doesn't like the answer.
Time.
So,
Here we go.
Mr. Chairman,
why
I have asked
didn't she ask Merrick Garland this?
I'm reclaiming my time, and when I reclaim my time, it is
Mr. Chairman, the gentlelady's reclaimed her
I'm not going
time.
to get in the gutter for her theatrics.
The time belongs to the time belongs to the gentlelady. The gentlelady has 17 seconds.
Thank you.
It's crazy how far we've fallen, man. Like, obviously everything here is theatrics, but the idea of, like, acknowledging the victims of a child sex trafficking ring, that, like, that, you know, being dismissively referred to as theatrics. We've fallen so goddamn far.
And that is the gentlelady from Texas.
I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record. El Paso airspace reopened.
Oh yeah, we'll get to this, like, in a bit, I guess.
After FAA quickly rescinds 10-day flights restriction. This was published by the Texas Tribune on February 11th, 2026. And it says it was because of an impasse with the DOD over the use of unmanned military aircraft.
That's a different thing. But yeah, they shut down in what is essentially like an unprecedented act. They shut down airspace over El Paso because the DOD fucked up and like flew too close. Like, it was a really weird situation. Saw that just before I went to sleep.
So I really have just one question for you. How many of Epstein's co-conspirators have you indicted? How many perpetrators are you even investigating?
First, you showed it. I find it.
How many have you indicted?
Excuse me. I'm going to answer the question.
Answer my question.
No, I'm going to answer the question the way I want to answer the question.
No,
Your
you're going to answer the question the way I asked it.
Chairman Jordan, I'm not going to
Word of the day.
get in the gutter with these people, but I'm going to answer the question.
How many have you indicted?
Again, the time belongs to
Reclaiming my time.
the time belongs.
I think it's very interesting.
Reclaiming my time.
I think it's very
Reclaiming my
interesting.
time.
You can
that
reclaim
he
your
talks
time,
about they
Reclaiming my time,
indicted.
Mr.
The
Chairman.
president said they
Close the
indicted
clock.
him
Mr.
twice.
Chairman, please
They
stop the
sure
clock and
did.
stop the
He
clock and
indicted.
restore his time.
Okay, here we go with these
Committee will be in order.
theatrics.
Jesus Christ, this is only 1 hour in.
I mean, you can let her filibuster all day long, but not on our watch. Not on our time. No way. And I told you about that, Attorney General, before you started.
You don't tell me.
Yeah, I did tell you because we saw what you did in the Senate.
Lawyer, not even a lawyer.
Committee will be in order.
Time, and I should get back at least 45 seconds.
We will give you a few more seconds. I
Not
said
a
that
few more,
already.
45 seconds.
Okay.
I mean, you can let her filibuster all day long, but not on our watch.
It probably doesn't need stating, but like in a normal country, or even in this country like 15 years ago, behavior like this would have had you in contempt pretty quickly.
The time is yours.
Thank you. First, he brought up the president saying they indicted me twice. They sure did. They tried to impeach him twice. And you, Mr. Nadler, were one of the leads on the impeachment. I was on the other side. I lived that with you. During impeachment, you said the president can...
But she needs her social media clips? No, she's not doing this for her. The only two explanations for her behavior here, or one, genuinely just very stupid, thinks this is a hill she can die on, or two, she's deliberately taking the fall for the administration. She's already not very well liked by MAGA for a variety of reasons. It's possible that she's been told essentially to just deliberately fan the flames on her so that it detracts from the attention directed at other people in the admin, you know?
Inspired, sought foreign interference in the 2016 election. Robert Mueller found no evidence, none, of foreign interference in 2016. Have you apologized to President Trump? Have you apologized to President Trump, all of you who participated in those impeachment hearings against Donald Trump? You all should be apologizing.
Stuff like this makes me think that she's a sacrificial lamb, because I have no idea why she would do this otherwise.
You sit here and you attack the president, and I am not going to have it. I'm not going to put up with it. You know, all they want to do, the American people need to know this. They are talking about Epstein today. This has been around since the Obama administration. This administration released over 3 million pages of documents, over 3 million, and Donald Trump signed that law to release all of those documents. He is the most transparent president in the nation's history.
Like, I don't get what the point of doing this is when everybody knows that Trump spent an entire year dragging out the release of the files, and then they censored the fuck out of them, and now they refuse to do anything about them, and also they're full of unjustified redaction. Like, what? Like, I know that they can lie about anything, but genuinely, what's the point of this? Even Republicans don't think that the Epstein release has been handled well. Remember, was it at CPAC when Megyn Kelly was out there on the stage and she was like, clap if you are happy with how the Epstein files have been handled by the admin, and everyone started booing? Like, even hardcore Republicans are not happy with how this is going. They're not, there's no, you're not winning back these people. These are unrecoverable numbers.
And none of them ask Merrick Garland over the last 4 years one word about Jeffrey Epstein. How ironic is that? You know why? Because Donald Trump, the Dow right now is over, the Dow is over $50,000. I don't know why you're laughing. You're a great stock
Were you watching me?
Trader, as I hear Raskin. The Dow is over 50,000 right now. The S&P right now is over, the Dow is over $50,000. I don't know why you're laughing. You're a great stock trader, as I hear Raskin. The Dow is...
This is how they talk in their child rape clubs, by the way. Like, this is how they actually feel. It doesn't matter if she's playing it up for the bit. It's how they actually feel. Like, yeah, they rape kids. Who cares, dog? It's a fucking bull market, you know? Who gives a shit?
Now, the Dow is over 50,000 right now. The S&P at almost 7,000. And the NASDAQ smashing records. Americans' 401ks and retirement savings are booming. That's what we should be talking about. We should be talking about making Americans safe. We should be talking about, what does a Dow have to do with anything? That's what they just asked. Are you kidding?
Mr. Jordan, Mr. Jordan.
Committee will be in order.
Mr. Jordan, am I going to get an extra 45 seconds added to my
Someone's yelling back there.
time?
The committee will be in order. The time belongs to the gentleman from Texas, Miss.
I do, to a large extent, blame the Dems for this as well, because the Dems really have contributed to the political environment where we associate stock market trends with people's like regular everyday like that. This is the ultimate retreat that Trump gets to fall back on, because the stock market is in fact doing well. And I warned all of you guys. I said like the stock market might be flagging now because of the tariffs, but there's no guarantee that's going to stay. Even in like right before the Great Depression, the stock market was doing great. It's always doing great until it's not, you know? The relationship between the economy and the stock market is like tenuous at best. We really need to, like, I mean, like, obviously, again, the maximalist position here is that the stock market is fundamentally evil and shouldn't exist at all, which is, of course, true. But even, like, the more moderate, you know, we have to acknowledge the stock market basically just represents economic well-being for stockholders, not for regular people. Democrats need to catch up on this, you know? And not just with like copying off Bernie Sanders' language about the 99% or whatever. I mean, like, they need to start addressing the stock market as a separate economic entity. The Dow right now. Oh, whatever.
Attorney General can respond.
I find it interesting that she keeps going after President Trump, the greatest president in American history. And if they could maintain their composure, this isn't a circus, this is a hearing. I find it interesting she keeps going after Donald Trump. She doesn't say how much money she took from Reid Hoffman, did you? None. And nor did
Mr. Chairman, regular
anything.
Order, please.
She
regular
posted
order.
nothing on her X account, on her Twitter account during the Biden years.
Gentlelady.
Yet now, all of a sudden,
question
she's going after
Committee will be in order.
There was no question
on
on
you.
Attorney General. She doesn't just get to
Committee will be in order.
I have a point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Committee will be in order.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Lady can state her point of order.
When a witness attacks...
Not a valid point of order. You got to state...
She hasn't completed her point of order yet. Please let her...
What would be the play after this, though? For the GOP? There isn't. The MAGA movement's dead. Like, it really, really is. Again, look at the special elections around the country. Look at Trump's popularity. On, like, every possible metric, this movement is dying and dead. I've got a Nick Fuentes like a clip lined up later, so like to sort of evidence this point that even from the far right, this is a waste. The problem is, like, at the end of the day, they had all the power in the world and they did literally nothing with it. They didn't even do a mix of good and bad. You can't even do like they made the trains run on time or whatever. There's just nothing. Everything that could have been broken broke, and everything they could have done, they didn't. They succeeded in nothing. The only meaningful cultural shift they participated in was trying to make America even more pro-Israel, which didn't really work out to the benefit of anyone, including Israel. There's no more momentum here. Like, they have genuinely burnt more political capital on defending themselves against Epstein, you know, related attacks than they have anything else. It's like, the smart members of the administration will start leaving soon. Isn't there a Republican congressman who is rumored to be retiring very soon? And if he does so, the Republicans lose their majority.
Speak, Mr. Chairman. Let's have some regular order here.
Regular order is you got to state the rule. And
I am trying to make a point of order that the witness,
and what rule are you referring to?
Without responding to a question, has attacked me personally. I think it's pathetic that she can't answer the questions and instead is attacking.
That is not even close to a point of order. The gentleman from Wisconsin.
Oh, oy, 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 oy.
The fact is, ICE is running rampant, and you are not investigating them. When they killed Mr. Prete, and Ms. Good, that was an execution, and you did not investigate it. And you tried to investigate her, Ms. Good's widow, and you tried to investigate Mr. Prete. They were executed, like Kristi Noem executed her dog. And that was wrong. And you should investigate those people, and you should investigate anybody that uses a weapon, in federal official or not, for civil rights violations. I yield back the balance.
Gentleman yields back his...
Very well said, Mr. Ancient Dinosaur Man.
And I think this committee in the country, Congress in the country, would like to know if Mr. Brennan is going to be indicted.
What I can confirm is that we have received a referral from you, Chairman Jordan, to investigate John Brennan. His attorneys have made some public statements, but the department is still bound, of course, by our longstanding policy of not discussing matters. What I will say today, I can't confirm nor deny whether there is a pending investigation, but what I will say is no one is above the law.
Mr. Chairman.
she's so fucking dumb, dude. It's like...
Nor deny whether there is a...
I can, well, as to whether we're issuing the indictment, all I can say is maybe yes, maybe no. But keep one thing in mind, criminals. Maybe yes. I don't know. I'm starting to forget how actual politicians talk. Unironically, I need to go back and watch some congressional testimonies from the Bush years to remind myself of how people talk before the MAGA movement, you know? By the way, go and do that, okay? Genuinely. George Bush sounds like a fucking genius compared to every politician today, including Democrats. Everything has gotten so much worse, and it's not going to get better, and we're all going to die. We're going to die suffering. We're going to die, and then we're going to go to hell, because we all deserve to go to hell for existing in this time range. Seriously, go back and watch Bush talk. Go like watch a cabinet meeting, you know, from yeah, Newt Gingrich, go back to the early 2000s, 90s, whatever. I swear to God, man, everyone is so much stupider now. What went wrong? Smartphones.
Pending investigation, but what I will say is no one is above the law.
Mr. Chairman,
Weaponization has ended.
Yeah. Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
The Ohio Senate race is currently detonating for the GOP. Both GOP senators for Ohio are in the fires. In the files. Nice. The Ohio FIOs.
General Bondi, it's been reported that there were at one point 1,000 personnel assigned to the task of identifying and scrubbing Donald Trump's name from the Epstein files. Were those reports accurate?
I believe his name has appeared countless times in the documents
how many
that have
people were
been released.
assigned?
If I could finish, I'm going to read you the stats.
I just simply asked whether or not it was true that General Bondi, it's been...
You're right, I'm a teacher, and my 12-year-olds all know how based Epstein is from TikTok, but don't know what an email is. I don't want to engage with this. That's too much.
Because you're not answering the question. You do a Jekyll and Hyde kind of routine around here, and I just want you to answer my questions.
What does Jekyll and Hyde mean? Can you explain that?
Well, it means you're nice to the Republicans. And
so charitably, you could assume that what she means is like, how does it apply to her behavior? But who knows?
You turn like Hyde on Democrats. But let me ask you.
Okay, I said phones.
That's why I find it absolutely despicable that you sought to protect Epstein's clients.
The do portion is pretty
like
bombastic.
Former Prince Andrew. Last July, you closed the case on Epstein's abusers. The July 2025 memo from your Department of Justice stated, quote, "We did not uncover evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties." These two photos, please put the photos back up. These two photos staring you in the face are evidence of a crime and more than enough evidence to predicate an investigation against former Prince Andrew. So I ask you, Attorney General Pam Bondi, why did you
just throwing that one up on C-SPAN, huh? All right. Well,
shut down this investigation last July, and why have you not prosecuted former Prince Andrew?
I don't believe you asked Merrick Garland these questions when he was Attorney General and set before.
I agree with you.
You twice.
I've been claiming my time. I agree with you. I agree with you. During the Biden administration, I called for people looking at Epstein files. Merrick Garland dropped the ball, as did Attorney General Bill Barr, as did Alex Acosta, a whole string of failures. But you are in charge. You have the power to change things, to hold these men accountable, and you're doing the opposite. You're protecting them. So I want to move.
Really good handling there from him. It's really tough for the Democrats to be impactful on this, because of course, like, Merrick Garland did also, like, he was also complicit in covering this up, right? Like, they all are. Biden probably didn't want to go for it because it would implicate Israel so much, because kind of the recurring theme in the Epstein files is that Israel's super duper evil. And he was like a hardcore Zionist. There's a lot of stuff there. So to be able to, like, say just flatly, like, they all fucked up, now it's your turn, you know?
Move on to another man.
Can I answer
Donald
that,
Trump.
though?
I want to move on to another
Can I answer
question.
your question about protecting
You
Prince
answered the
Andrew?
question.
You're saying no. I love this.
I want to discuss.
She's so mad. Holy.
Epstein should rot in hell. So should the men who patronize his operation. And as we sit here today, there are over 1,000 sex trafficking victims, and you have not held a single man accountable. Shame on you. If you had any decency, you would resign right after this hearing concludes.
The gentleman has expired.
May I respond?
Yeah, I don't know how you respond. No one can.
I did not ask a question,
But
Mr.
he doesn't
You're allowed
want to talk
to.
about
I did
the
not ask a
horrific
question.
crime in California. He does not want to talk about
I did not ask a
crime
question.
in his
You
state.
can't just ad lib stuff. I did not ask a question.
Dude, it's the same answer every fucking time. They're so fucking stupid. Like, just like as a lover of rhetoric, I guess, like, conceptually, it's offensive to me that she's not it's 5 hours of this. It's 5 hours. Hey, why don't you do something about the pedophiles? Well, why don't you do something about the homeless people in San Francisco?
He will be in order. The gentleman has yielded back his time. I think our next witness will be more than happy to let the Attorney General. Madam Attorney.
I actually can't watch this anymore. It's too infuriating. It's going to be like this for the rest of our lives unless the Republican Party is deemed a terrorist organization and every member of it is, at the very least, arrested and tried for complicity in the erasure of the Constitution. Not a bit, dude. Not a fucking bit. This is, like... We are very rapidly, it might be too late, like we might be over the hill. We are very rapidly becoming like a Balkan country or like a post-Soviet country. You know what I mean? Like nobody believes in the government. The government is composed entirely of oligarchs. Everyone is cartoonishly corrupt, but it doesn't like matter that much because they're also inept, you know? Well, like we're reaching like a meme country status basically, you know? You used to like make fun of other countries for this. Like you look at the government in Greece or something and it's like, haha, look, you know, 100% of Greek citizens hate their government. The Greek government hates 100% of their citizens. Nothing ever changes. They have no money. Difference being, of course, that people in Greece have free healthcare. So, you know. The Greece's GDP is like $5 and somehow they still have free healthcare and we don't. You know, what do you make it make sense? Yeah, and they have good food. And they work less than we do. It's maybe we do want to collapse. Maybe we would get a better
Thank you, Congressman. This is what Congressman Liu.
The scale of this really dwarfs those other countries, though. Yeah, I think that you could pretty fairly say that the Epstein file scandal is probably the biggest government scandal in any country ever. I genuinely, like, a global child sex trafficking pedophilia conspiracy that implicates this many people with this much power. Like it's not just about the number of people. It's like so many of them are so powerful. Multiple presidents and prime ministers and royal family members and the Saudis and everyone, you know, it's like everyone, you know. It's literally every world leader, man. It's basically everyone in the Western power sphere. So you have lots of people implicated in America, Europe, Saudi Arabia specifically, and to an extent Russia, but there's like kind of an external force there as well, because like at the time a lot of the Epstein stuff was going on, a lot of people kind of consider like the Russia was kind of like breaking away from the Western sphere and becoming its own like post-Soviet, you know, Dugin-esque like power block, right? You know, but a lot of the Epstein stuff was happening back when people thought that, you know, Russia could be part of NATO and Israel, right? Israel and America, the two most Western countries. Biden being a real Zionist and not being in the files is shocking. Just doing it for the love of the game, man. Love of the game. But there's not very much like Asian power, for example, in the Epstein files. Actually, there's basically none. They didn't like Xi Jinping. God bless Xi Jinping, man. You know, as far as I know, not a pedophile. Basically the only world leader not to be one.
Didn't want to talk about. He didn't want to talk about all the crime that is happening in his state. California refuses to honor detainees because of its dangerous sanctuary city policies. The refusal means California has released 4,561 criminal illegal aliens onto.
Okay. We're already 45 minutes of the stream. There's so much happening today. Let's watch a couple more clips. Then we have to go. Like, again, if you want to watch the whole 5-6 hours of it, 6-7, then you can go on C-SPAN. Okay, thoughts at the end.
Former Prince Andrew, Donald Trump attended various parties with Jeffrey Epstein. I want to know, were there any underage girls at that party or at any party that Trump attended with Jeffrey Epstein?
I remember this.
This is so ridiculous.
That's such a good clip, dude. That's such a fucking good clip. I can't. It's so fucking good. Her expression is unreadable as anything other than, come on, man. Come on, dude. You know, we all know. Will you fucking let off it? It's unbelievable. It's genuinely, it's like, did somebody just say this? It's like LA Noire. It's like you're playing a detective video game where the NPCs are animated to emote in such a way that a regular person can try to intuit what they're thinking, you know? Yeah, fucking like...
Or at any party that Trump attended with Jeffrey Epstein.
What?
This is so ridiculous.
Like 5 full seconds of silence, and the hand and the sigh. It's insane. It's fucking simulate. We live in a simulation. I can't.
Ridiculous, and that they are trying to deflect from all the great things Donald Trump has done. There is no evidence that Donald Trump has committed a crime. Everyone knows that. This has been the most transparent presidency. He's the one that asked that those files.
I'm claim my time. I got your answer. You said there's no evidence.
Trump asked
Chairman, please stop the clock. Stop the clock.
The legislation. This is
time belongs to the gentleman from California.
Okay.
Reminder: everything she's saying here is under oath. Like, they could arrest her over this. It's just, they would need to get some Republican approval, which they might be able to get because Pam Bondi is not that popular within the MAGA movement. But also, like, they basically never hold anyone in contempt. Or they never go after anyone for perjury.
I'm going to put up another document from a witness who called the FBI's National Threat Operations Center. Because I believe you
Why did he even choose her loyalty?
Just lied under oath. There is ample evidence in the Epstein file.
Don't you ever accuse me of a crime.
I believe you just lied under oath, and this is all on videotape. You said there's no evidence of a crime. I'm showing you. Here is a witness statement.
But the reason she reacted that way is because that's what's running through their mind 24/7. Every member of the Trump admin at this point is basically thinking, how do I not get arrested after this all falls apart? You know, I guarantee, like, they're all talking about it behind the scenes. It's on their mind 24/7. They're like, okay, we can't openly break ranks and flee like rats in a ship, because the first person to flee like a rat in a ship is likely the one who's going to be arrested, you know, because then the Republicans will sign up to arrest them too. But they're all nervous about it.
Who called into the FBI's Threat Operations Center. He drove Donald Trump around in a limo. He overheard what Donald Trump said to Jeffrey on his cell phone. He was so angry, he was going to stop a limo and hurt Donald Trump. And he met a girl who said she was raped by Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. She later had her head blown off, and officers at the scene said that could not have been suicide. No one at the Department of Justice interviewed this witness. You need to interview this witness immediately. Epstein should rot in hell, so should the men.
Oh. Thanks, Mom. Thanks, Dad. This guy reps Beverly Hills. I did. So I left a while ago. Getting fucking pitch in their vote.
Immediately. Epstein should rot in hell. So should the men who patronize his operation. And as we sit here today, there are over 1,000 sex trafficking victims, and you have not held a single man accountable. Shame on you. If you had any decency, you would resign right after this hearing.
Can't even make eye contact, man. Jesus Christ.
Time of the gentleman has expired.
Look at her fucking facial. She's like acting out being defiant and guilty. Christ.
Please raise your hands if you have.
He's only been in Congress since 2015, so after you left for college? I guess it would have been like right around that time, yeah.
FBI. Did you ask Merrick Garland that the last 4 years? Did you talk about Epstein?
I am reclaiming my time. I'm glad you're asking about Merrick Garland.
You don't get to reclaim time
this is
when you
bigger than Watergate.
Yes, he does. He does actually. That's how that works.
When I don't answer a question the way you
goes
want.
over 4 administrations. You don't have to go back to Biden. Let's go back to Obama. Let's go back to George Bush. This cover-up spans decades, and you are responsible for this portion of it.
And that's
now,
where the
I want to know at what point did the FBI and the DOJ decide that Lex Wessner was not a co-conspirator? Because
Massey's the only one that gets this, man. Pam Bondi is not a good speaker. You can just talk over her. Her like indignant bluffing only works if you let it. You can just like ram right through and she'll shut the fuck up.
Epstein Files Transparency Act requires you, please put it back on the screen, please, to release the internal decision about whether to prosecute him or not, and it's not in the files, and it's not in the files for any of these other men.
Time of the gentleman has expired.
May she answer?
Is Massey smart? Yeah. He's also a libertarian, so, you know, I wouldn't go to him for economic policy, but he does genuinely seem to not like pedophiles, which, I mean, the bar's like super low, but that actually makes him the single best Republican.
Will you create a joint task force of the Department of Justice and governors and state attorney generals and district attorneys across the country to investigate the crimes that have taken place against these victims and more than 1,000 like them? The DOJ is not doing its job. Will you create a task force with state and local law enforcement to make that happen?
No.
The lady can respond if she wants to.
Thank you, Chairman. He called Chase Mulligan a wild goose chase and didn't even know who he was. He is a defendant in your own district who preyed on girls.
Mr. Chairman.
Well, you know what? If he were part of the Epstein investigation, you wouldn't do anything about it.
Online chat rooms and committed.
Oh, fuck. She hasn't looked good in a single one of these clips, man. MAGA is not gonna... I don't know what the fuck, like, the Fox 5 is gonna be running with, you know, to launder the whole thing.
I've asked, Mr. Chairman, are not trick questions. They're not gotcha questions. They're actually basic questions about how the Department of Justice functions and the unwillingness of this Attorney General to answer them in good faith. When a member of Congress asks how many people work at the National Cryptocurrency Enforcement Team and the Attorney General refuses to answer it, it is not...
Why did Jasmine Crockett keep screaming in the background? Because Jasmine Crockett has a Senate seat she wants to win.
Not a coincidence. It's because she eliminated the team. Why? Because her boss, the President of the United States, is making...
I mean, is this trial actually not inconsequential? It's not a trial. It's an inquiry. It's a hearing. No, I mean, it's any, like, listen, okay? You don't know which snowflake is going to cause the avalanche, all right? Anything that makes the Republican Party look bad is morally good. This makes them look very, very bad. Does it move the needle by 1%? By 0.5%? 0.5% is like still millions of people, you know?
Money, hand over fist, $1.4 billion over the course of the last year through crypto.
Well, not million, it's like a fraction of a million, but it's a large number of people.
Currency holdings. I think what is happening at the Department of Justice is a disgrace, Mr. Chairman, and I would urge you to gain control of this hearing. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
As a person in Hungary, I'm so embarrassed for you. It wouldn't fly even here in the pseudo dictatorship. That is true. Yeah, genuinely. This is like unprecedented and unique, you know, in how embarrassing it is. There are tin pot dictatorships. There are African warlords who abide by greater standards of conduct, you know. I like genuinely, I wonder if I could, like, as crazy as he was, if I went back and I looked through, like, I don't know, government hearings under Mugabe in Zimbabwe or whatever, if I, like, would I find anything as openly, brazenly stupid as this? Maybe. I don't know. I genuinely don't know.
The same level facility. I don't know why, but you know, instead of talking about Ghislaine Maxwell, who hopefully will die in prison,
I have a
Ghislaine Maxwell right now, by the way, is saying that she won't testify unless she gets a pardon from Trump. So that's where we're at on that one.
About Irina Zarutska.
I have a couple
who
of
died
other
on a subway.
Right, and I absolutely...
You don't talk about that.
I have been talking about it and actually helping with these issues. But we're going to move back to you.
I bet we are.
Yes, of course, because you're here to testify. That's what the whole point of this endeavor is. So, of course, we're moving back to you. It is all about you.
So, the same... Who is Chris Malin?
Was the president aware? Please stop talking. It is not your time to ask questions. It is not your time. I'm reclaiming my time, Mr. Chair.
One second. Time belongs to the gentlelady from Vermont.
Was the president aware of Secretary Lutnick's ties to Epstein when he chose him to lead the Department of Commerce? Was he aware?
Chris Malin was a Border Patrol agent.
Okay, so I'm going to conclude that the president, in fact, did know about his ties because he was the next door neighbor.
Shame on you.
Oh, for goodness sakes.
You're
this is pathetic. This is pathetic, Mr. Chair.
Will be in order.
I am not asking trick questions here. The American people have a right to know the answers to this. These are senior officials in the Trump administration.
Bondi as a pig nose. It probably would make her look less guilty if she didn't have that. Like, it's the busted Mar-a-Lago surgery they all get, where they you know, with all the Botox and asking to look like a 12-year-old, you know, apple-cheeked German girl or whatever. Her nose is like, the bottom part of it is like at a fucking 30-degree slant up from the philtrum, you know? Her eyes need lifting. Her eye, like, actually true. Her eyes are really downturned. She got that Hawk-Tuah face. She do though.
Know the answers to this. These are senior officials in the Trump administration. This is not a game, Secretary.
I'm Attorney General.
My apologies, I couldn't tell. By 2008, we knew that Epstein was a convicted sexual abuser.
Clean.
And we now know that Lutnick went to Epstein's Island in 2012. How was that not a deal breaker for the president? And why aren't you asking questions of the Commerce Secretary about what he saw when he was at the island, which he lied about not ever going to? Why are you not asking these questions? And I know the...
Jesus. We're almost caught up. I'm skipping. I'm just going for the ones that have a lot of likes because, I mean, we understand that Pam Bondi is being belligerent and responding to every direct question with deflection and indignation. So we understand, like, the thrust of the thing. I'm just looking for the good zingers. Oh, speaking of, here's Crockett.
Quote,
who brought a fucking sign, of course.
The freedom of speech away. And at your direction, DOJ has arrested Don Lemon and Georgia Fort. And I might add that y'all actually had a judge that rejected y'all for trying to arrest Don Lemon before, just like the grand jury rejected y'all as it relates to Senator Kelly, just like a grand jury rejected y'all as it relates to Senator Slotkin, just like the case against Tish James was dismissed and the case against Mr. Comey was dismissed. I completely don't get how it is that you're sitting at the top of DOJ because you don't seem to be good at your job. You're spending more taxpayer resources, quote,
Yeah, this is where she shines. Crockett fucking hates white blonde women with busted noses. That's what she's here for. We caught up? Holy shit, are we caught up? Did we do it? Did we do it? Whew. Maybe. Maybe. Yeah. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know whether or not she's been set up to take the fall to an extent. Like, it's very possible. We do know that the ship is sinking, and they are all, to some extent or another, aware of the fact that there's basically nothing they can do to fix it. Skip this one. I skipped a lot of them. What's special about this one? Don't interrupt me. The rats are queuing up. Again, the difficulty for them is that the first rats to flee are the ones that are fucked for sure, right? Maybe not somebody like Dan Bongino, but if like higher level admins start to flee the MAGA movement, they'll be targeted vindictively by the people around them. And therefore, like, they're less likely to escape, you know? They're all kind of just waiting to see when everyone should jump at the same time as... I want to see Ted Lieu. Yeah, I mean, man, it definitely, like, held the day, right?
Congressman, what's your reaction to Pam Bondi and her testimony so far in the hearing?
Yeah, Pam Bondi lied under oath. She said there was no evidence
Sir,
of
you have like a
wrongdoing,
booger.
in the Epstein files of Donald Trump. That's just a lie. There's multiple documents that show wrongdoing with Donald Trump. I showed her one. A witness had called in to the FBI's National Threat Operations Center and reported evidence of a crime committed by Donald Trump, and no one at the Department of Justice interviewed that witness. That's just one example of Pam Bondi lying under oath. And the fact remains that as of today, there are over 1,000 acknowledged victims of Jeffrey Epstein's sex trafficking operation. Pam Bondi has not held a single man accountable. That is ludicrous, shameful, and if she had any decency, she should resign.
That is true. Yeah. It's I don't know. We do live kind of in a joke country. Unfortunately, I feel like it's not going to change moving forward, because this standard of engagement is now the floor for Republicans. And I feel like Democrats are not going to learn the right lesson from this, which is that this can only happen if there are no consequences to doing it. So there have to be consequences to doing it. On the plus side, you know, it's definitely a good thing for us that they're this bad at justifying their behavior. I mean, nobody's looking at that and coming away thinking Pam Bondi did well, you know? I wonder if she'll face backlash within the admin just for having handled that so poorly, you know? Her only intended audience is Trump, though? I don't really think that's true. She's already in, you know? Yeah, it's too late to back off. All right. Let me send this over to the editors, the poor, starving editors who need content. Do-do-do. Who are these mysterious editors? Nobody knows, including me. What do you hear about this story? What story? You have to say the story. You can't just ask me to look at the link first. I'm not going to look at the goddamn link unless you tell me the story. Oh, Ryan, you're watching? Okay, yeah, I just sent it over. I don't know what the right title for this is. This is the most insane hearing I've heard in my life. Pam Bondi's actually crashing out in the you know what I mean. You understand the flavor here. Wait, you are watching, right? I'm not just talking to nobody. Gotcha, cool. Thank you. I'll probably send it the next one too. All right. Did you cover Carolyn Levitt saying they were moving on from Epstein? Yeah, I saw that. This one was pretty funny. I believe she said this on the same day that Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie viewed the unredacted files and said that Trump's name was mentioned over 1 million times in them.
and that remains true. And this call, if it did happen, corroborates exactly what President Trump has said from the beginning. And I'm sure many of you, when you read that alleged FBI report, probably thought to yourself, wow, this really cracks our narrative that we've been trying to push about this president for many years. So we're moving on from that.
Woo! Unredacted Epstein files. Raskin saw it as well. Man. Oh, Axios, are you going to ask me to log in again, even though I have to do it every time I open your goddamn website? No, okay, not this time. Thank God. What Jamie Raskin saw in the unredacted Epstein files appears to contradict what Trump has publicly claimed. Wow, really? Cool. Trump is paraphrased and quoted as saying, no, Jeffrey Epstein was not a member of Mar-a-Lago, but he was a guest at Mar-a-Lago, and no, we never asked him to leave. It's about more than one email. Raskin stressed, exclaiming that the Mar-a-Lago exchanged just one memo out of 3 million. I mean, there's tons of redacted stuff in Trump's name. I put in his name, and it appeared more than 1 million times, so it's all over the place. In the database, I typed in the words Trump, Donald, or Don, and it came up with more than 1 million results. That is crazy. It boggles the mind. It makes you wonder, like, how did he really must have been like one hell of a 80s power businessman. How the fuck did he even have time to do that much pedophilia? That's insane. Are there any unfucked kids? Like, I don't like, just logistically, it's insane to me. I have no idea. It's called cocaine. I think it goes beyond that, man. Some deep spiritual fucking detachment going on here. They like talking about their exploits. Well, that we know for sure. I think that's like a common trend with these freaks in general, right? What was it? What Epstein was communicating with that Saudi magnate? That was the guy he asked, like, or he said, like, hey, I like the torture video. Like, he had received a video of the Saudi guy torturing a little girl or something, and then Epstein was like, thumbs up. That was pretty awesome sauce. Lay epic. I thought it was Netanyahu. No. It turned out to be some Saudi guy. Not Netanyahu. Not Saudi, it was Emirati. Was it? Okay, yeah. Yeah, I think you're right. As if there's any difference between the fucking Gulf oil states. They're all, like, cultureless hacks. But, yeah. They all look the same to you, huh? Oh, the Gulf state oil billionaire people? Yes, they do. They really all do. In the sense that they have basically nothing to do with the cultures and the nationalities that they occupy, like parasites. Yeah. You will not be spared in Woke 2. No, I disagree. I think that Woke 1 would get mad at me for mixing up Saudis and Emiratis, and Woke 2 would be like, well, they're both oil baron parasites. So, like, in reality, they are the same, you know, they are the same group. Will you cover the Canadian mass shooting? Like, 8 people have asked me this. Do you know, it's kind of rude to ask that when I'm covering something else. Like, I mean, yeah, sure, but like, what do you, I mean, do you want me to interrupt what I'm doing right now to say, hey, yeah, I will cover that later? Why not just, like, bring it up when I'm between segments? What's the point of, like, hey, will you cover this later? I don't know. I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna be doing in 5 minutes. Will you not cover it, please? 50-50. I guess we'll see. Anyway, I guess the White House is moving on from this. Should be very, very effective in dragging the Republican base along with them. Which they've been so successful in doing thus far. the fuck is this? White House deletes J.D. Vance's social media post referring to Armenian genocide? Okay, sure, whatever, man. It's crazy that people are actually being like fired or resigning for Epstein Association in like the United Kingdom, France, Germany, whatever else. It's just in the United States where there are no consequences. Maybe it's like a group complicity thing. Since everyone in power in the United States is implicated, it's like, what's the point even of, you know, like, it's not like it's just one or two. It's like everybody here, basically. So found the Netanyahu tweet about Epstein. Oh, I saw this. Why would he say this? Jeffrey Epstein's unusually close relationship with Ehud Barak doesn't suggest Epstein worked for Israel. It proves the opposite. Why would he even address this? What did he think the audience for? This is how I feel whenever I see Zionists post anything, because they always get ratioed into oblivion, and I don't understand if they understand that what they're doing just makes people hate them more. Like, I guess the goal here is to make everyone extremely anti-Semitic. Like, Nazi accounts never get more attention than when they're correctly dogging on Netanyahu. You keep giving them openings, you know? Double check the VOD? Oh, sure. What's up? Waiting to sync. Oh my God. Is my... Okay, it's uploading now. I think my PC is still syncing the fucking 2 terabytes of VODs that I started to sync. Oh, because my computer restarted. Fucking Windows update. It would have stopped the sync. Ah! Waking up to 5 new things you can do with Windows. Did you know you can use Edge? Did you know you have? Here's 5 new features of Windows in Edge. You know, it's uploading. It'll be done soon. Did you see a guy getting heckled for asking if King Charles knew about Andrew and the Epstein files? Oh, you mean like how the presentation of this news made it sound like this guy was in the wrong?
Charles, how long have you known about Andrew and
That is the most British yelling I have ever heard in my entire life. This sounds like this sounds like dialogue from a fucking thief guard in the game Thief, you know, from Looking Glass Studios. Like it's like an impression you would do. Boo! We love our pedo king. Boo! God, it's such a fucked country, dude. Look at every one of the... It's literally... It's like 80-year-olds. Look at that. Every single one, except for a kid who was, like, dragged here. And even the kid is the same hair color as the old people. It's like being made old, being around the king. Ugh. Well, it's... I get... What do you expect from a crowd of people, like, waiting to see the king, you know? Anglo cattle. If I recall correctly, the king responded and said he would support all prosecutions of Andrew. That's probably fair. That's probably fair, yeah. Wasn't one of the famous photos of Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell was at the royal cabin, wasn't it? Didn't they find that? Or somebody like compared the photo of them at the cabin to photos of the royals at the cabin, and it's definitely the same cabin? That could have been Andrew as well, though, inviting them. To an extent, it does make sense that the broader royal family would not fuck with Epstein because their power and their wealth. It's like in completely different circles. But yeah, same cabin, see? Like, unmistakably so. They have their own pedo club. Yeah. I'm not saying that the royals aren't pedophiles. I'm just saying that they would have their own, like, gangly-toothed, like, version of Epstein, you know? The background is completely different. Yeah, because of, like, the seasons. The cabin is 100% the same. There's no mistake. Like, every single detail about the wood is the same. We have another pedo scandal in the House of Lords at the moment. Well, that's nice. The drinks in the bar there are different, though. That's true. That's true. I didn't really think about that. I feel like we've kind of drifted off from the fact that Trump is mentioned over 1 million times in the Epstein files, which is which is like, again, yet another fact that we can accept right now, but if it had been said a year or two ago, people would be like, you're overstating it. You know? Like, I would have. You know, I've always believed Trump is a pedophile and Epstein affiliated. That's not new. But if you said, yeah, 1 million file mentions, I'd be like, probably not that much. But no. It was his first million. God, it's crazy. I think the whole... And yet the Biden DOJ said nothing about it. Yeah, no, I mean, well, a lot of that information they didn't have access to. They had access to enough of it. A lot of these files only recently became available, but they had enough at the time. They could have gone after him at any point if they wanted to. You guys hear Epstein appears in the Trump files? Seriously. MS Now reporter Matt Fuller noted that if Raskin's search was accurate, then it means the Department of Justice redacted more than 96% of the mentions of Trump. I think somebody saw a couple of instances where the word "don't" was censored, like DON accidental space apostrophe T, meaning that there was an auto censor applied to Don, which is of course one of the ways people refer to Donald Trump, which would suggest that like they were blanket hiding his names, which makes sense, you know. Don Jr. also in the files. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Epstein apparently had lunch with him. With Trump? Nah. That's too much. Not to defend Garland or anything, but if all this came out during Biden's tenure, MAGA would have denied it so much more than now. Perhaps that was the reason. Okay, but here's the thing. Like, the DOJ isn't just a social media account. They can arrest people and put them in prison forever. Like, if they want to, the DOJ is perfectly capable of arresting all of these people, you know? Like the public opinion doesn't really matter. You can just do mass arrests of all the pedophiles, which they should have done. I need internal communication within the Biden White House. I really, really want some info. I would love to know why they didn't. I would love to know exactly why Merrick Garland didn't do any of this shit. If I can get even a single quote supporting my belief that they didn't do the Epstein file bit because of Israel, I'm going to lose my fucking shit. I'm going to lose my fucking mind. If we really do live in a world that cynical, where Biden would allow a fascist pedophile conspiracy to fester just because he doesn't want to admit that Israel's tied up in all of it. Ugh. Only they picked Doug Jones, yeah. There's a chance Biden forgot about it. Well, it was really up to Merrick Garland. You know, traditionally, the DOJ is not supposed to go after targets at behest of the White House, but, you know. We all know that's bullshit. On the House floor on Tuesday, Khanna named 6 men whose names he said were redacted from the unofficial release of the files, that he and Massey reviewed the unredacted documents of the DOJ for 2 hours on Tuesday. Those people were Les Wexner, no surprise there, Sultan Ahmed bin Sulayem, no surprises there, and 4 others whose identities are still relatively unknown. Nicola Caputo, Salvatore, blah, 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 blah. Les fucking Wexner. Oh, that's the Victoria's Secret guy. We already knew he was affiliated with Epstein. Like, super affiliated. They were super fucking, close tie. By the way, you'll never guess. You take a look at the Wikipedia page, right up here in the top. Wexner is involved in politics. In 1991, with billionaire Charles Bronfman, Wexner formed the Mega Group, a club of some of the country's wealthiest, most influential businessmen, as a pro-Israel lobby group. Just love that right there. Some of the country's wealthiest and most influential businessmen, period. Of course, it was a pro-Israel group. Many such cases, every such cases. The org is said to try to influence U.S. foreign policy in the Middle East. In 2003, it employed consultant Frank Luntz to help the group mobilize support for Israel. The group is also said to have contracts with Mossad and to have served as a vehicle for influence operations in the United States. And he's 88 years old. What a suspicious number. Wexner retained Jeffrey Epstein as his financial manager for 20 years and was initially the main client of Epstein's money management firm, according to Bloomberg. All of this was known, by the way, before Ro Khanna named him on the House floor yesterday. Epstein ran his business from a house Wexner owned and sometimes lived in. They were roommates. The Wexner stuff's causing more implosions in Ohio politics. Basically, the whole Ohio GOP is deeply tied to Wexner, and people are panicking that it will sink the entire ticket. I'm sorry, are there consequences to being a pedophile? I didn't realize. My understanding, based on the past, like, at least year of politics, was that there were absolutely none. I mean, I guess we'll find out. Is Ohio anti-pedophile? In 1985, Arthur L. Shapiro was a lawyer and partner at Columbus law firm assigned to represent the Liberty County. Shapiro was about to appear before a grand jury to testify about an illegal tax scheme he was involved with. Days before his testimony, Shapiro was assassinated in a way that witnesses described as similar to a mafia hit. Fine. Ben? Shapiro is not that uncommon of a name, you know. Even Fox News gave up on her? How so?
How many lives have been derailed because your department was either sloppy and incompetent or willfully trying to intimidate and punish these ladies for coming forward? How is that giving up on her? I don't understand. You just gave me a clip. You wasted my time. Can you give it back? My time is worth a lot. Would you mind donating $43 to me? Thank you. Anyway, your time is up. Sorry, I'm reclaiming my time, okay?
Oh, yeah, I remember this. Exclusive DOJ lawyers pressed Merrick Garland to investigate Israel's killing of American citizens, and Merrick Garland, of course, did. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. It's difficult to know how much of it is because, like, Merrick Garland was like a hapless victim of an environment that deferred infinite power to Israel, and how much of it was him being ideologically compromised. You know, Merrick Garland is still alive and not even that old. Like, people could be questioning him over this. I would love it if people could go to Merrick Garland and be like, hey, can you explain this? Like, I know he'll lie or whatever, but I would just be nice if, like, you can ask him. I'm sure he'd appreciate the airtime or whatever. He's only 73. I just mean it's not like he's been out of government so long that he's a dinosaur. Like, he could talk, he could, you know, engage normally in a conversation, I assume. He's pretty sprightly. Looks good. I mean, this is from 2 years ago, and that's a pretty solid 71, you know. Garland's also a Republican. It's not like there's any need to defend him. Yeah. One second. Trump mentioned 1 million times in unredacted files. Insane. What pants would you style with a Type 3 indigo denim jacket? I like basically any. It's a Type 3 indigo denim jacket. I mean, that's like one of the most versatile classic pieces of Americana. I mean, jeans is like my go-to, right? People need to get over their fear of double denim. There's nothing wrong with double denim at all. You just need to know what you're doing in terms of like the coordination, the different washes of denim. But yeah. You know what I think is a really versatile item of clothing that that people don't could benefit from having, you know? Hold on. Buck Mason did this collab. Lee jeans. Buck Mason Lee jeans. Get yourself a pair of not blue jeans. Get like some khaki jeans, or like, no, not light wash, but like khaki or light brown or something, or even a dark brown, because they're infinitely versatile, and now you can wear them with blue denim tops without having to worry about like overdoing it with the color. Or black jeans, yeah. That's more of like a punk rock look, you know, but it's super cool. I'm a big fan of the Buck Mason Lee collab, where they did these really, really light, like kind of, see, like cream jeans. I think that sometimes white jeans are a bit hard to rock, but I think these are really easy. Like, you can wear these with so many things. I'll send you over a different one, Ryan. This is full white, so that's a little bit harder to rock, but still good, you know? Yeah, that looks good. Ecru. Anyway, we got a lot to go over today. We can't all be fun. What about slacks? Define slacks. Why is Gallup getting rid of presidential approval polling? What? 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 It is is this a bit? Did Trump threaten them? What possible reason could they have for getting rid of presidential approval? That's literally the single most important. Now it's Gallup prediction markets. The company said starting this year it would stop publishing approval and favorability ratings of individual political figures. Why? Why? They said they want to pivot to business consulting. Oh, just tanking psychic damage. Just ooh, yeah, I can feel it. I can feel the purple energy flaring inside of my skull pan. Jesus Christ. This has to be because they were threatened by Trump. Or maybe there's less money of it because of AI or the poly market. Our commitment is to long-term methodologically sound research and issues and conditions to save people's lives. That work will continue through the Gallup Pulse Social Series, the Gallup Quarterly Business Review, the World Poll, and our portfolio on U.S. and global research. What? When asked by The Hill if Gallup had received any feedback from the White House, I appreciate the fact that, like, the immediate question, obviously, that The Hill had was, like, are you being threatened into doing this by Trump? Like, The Hill is not, like, a far-left organization, but that's, obviously, that's what's happening here, right? Like, the Gallup is the source of... The spokesperson said, this is a strategic shift based solely on Gallup's research goals and priorities. Okay, so the answer is yes. Trump's Gallup approval rating, as of last December, was among the lowest the orgs had found since it began taking the poll in the 1930s. Former President Truman earned an average approval rating of 45%. Biden, average of 42%. Yeah, Trump's now down to 37%. Man. If it was because of pressure from Trump, I would expect there to have been other pollsters dropping approval. Well, I don't think so, because Trump tends to go after the stuff he knows about, and Gallup is something that he knows about. Gallup is the source of presidential approval polling that everyone has relied on for, like, a century, you know? It's possible that the reason they're getting hit is just because Trump is this is the only one that Trump bothers to look at or is informed about or whatever. So he saw the low numbers and he was like, that can't be right, they're lying. And then they got an email. Man, that's really grim. Jesus. Gallup is the most cited presidential poll since 1960. I know I'm an American. It's Gallup. I know. I know they're legendary. I'm aware. I'm familiar with them and their work. Jesus. Well, let's take a look at it one last time. Gallup Trump approval rating. Is it still up? Yeah, it's still up now. Honestly, it's not like super interesting at the moment because it's just from the second term, so it's only measuring a little over a year. But damn, down to 36. That is very low. And the last measure was December 1st. So this is just from December 1st. It's 2 months out of date. They're not even going to update it anymore, I guess. Feel like this is not helpful at all to the Trump admin. I mean, so I guess what? We're just going to rely on YouGov forever? Probably. I don't know. Poly market? I'm not giving in, okay? Prediction market bullshit. I'm really mad. I don't know what to say. I'm sorry. I don't have anything. It's crazy. The idea of the Gallup presidential approval measure no longer existing is just insane. It feels like an institution, yet another institution in America that we assumed was permanent, but actually can just be deleted at any point in time. Trump's approval in general has been unfortunately climbing lately, though. Based on what? The link you showed me here shows that disapproval's been climbing. Also, this is Nate Silver. I don't trust him for shit anymore. Nate Silver is completely bought out. Yet another person who could have contributed to the public good, but because of his ego and his unwillingness to hold his ground in the face of criticism, ended up like getting Joker pilled and selling out to corporate interests. No, he's been washed for ages, but like getting bought out by the fucking poly market when you're a pollster is insane. Like you're literally allowing yourself to be subsumed by your competition. They're gonna have Nate Silver like commentating like poly market meta markets, you know? They're gonna have him like doing a live stream where he talks about whether or not he would invest money in the market on whether or not the second coming is going to be coming within the next year is going to break 5%. And he's gonna make millions doing it. Millions and millions doing it. Pew still publishes survey breakdowns. Yeah, but that's not the same as presidential approval. Usually like a different thing there. Surely they won't use polls to manipulate the market. Speaking of, do you guys want to talk about the market? You want to talk about the market? No? You don't want to talk about the job numbers? Are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure? 'Cause it's pretty wild. Let me find it. Let me find it. Yep. The final benchmark revision for 2025 payrolls came in at minus 862,000, the largest downward revision since 2009. So this is a method that we use to track overall employment. And often revisions come in that amend previous data because it's not a precise way of measuring. The government doesn't have a way of directly one-to-one measuring every single time a person is hired or fired. There's no mechanism for that, you know? The best you can do usually is through payroll data, but those stats can be adjusted and you're usually working off estimates that later get corrected. So far this year, basically every correction has trended downwards, meaning that the initial estimate put out by the government is unjustifiably optimistic. And then when the information comes out later, it's worse. As you can see by these dips, the last time we had it down this low was, yes, in the 2008 financial crisis. It's really bad. Like, to give you an idea of how bad it is, this dip right here that my mouse is centering on is COVID. Remember how many people lost their jobs during COVID? Yeah. So if you have a job right now, now's not the time to quit. This isn't about total employment. It's about job number revisions. Keep that in mind. So this does not mean that more people have lost their jobs than did during the height of COVID, but it does mean that revisional data is correcting downward in much the same way. It's really bad. It's apocalyptically bad. Let's dig into it. Where's guys? My brain is soup. I have an IQ of a fish. Can somebody please remind me what the evil business wonk news channel is? What am I thinking of? It's not CBS. It's CNBC. CNBC, right? Yeah. Thank you. My brain is mush. All right, CNBC, come on. I know you have videos on this. Do you not? Oh, it'd be CNBC Business. On Fox Business? Evil. Evil. Here we go. Here's how to trade around the hot job. I love these guys, man. Here's how to trade around the hot jobs report. Do you have money in the stock market? do you have a Vanguard account? Do you see the fucking Titanic skyscrapers crumbling around you, the ruins, the steel and the glass shattering into bits and fucking crumbling around you? Well, don't worry. Hot jobs report. I love that, because again, the bias here from these people is like, no matter what, they have to push a bull market. So no matter how bad the news is, they always have to be like, well, don't worry, guys. You know? Don't worry, it's not literally nuclear war.
Lower stocks after that better than expected jobs report. Yields are higher, rate cuts.
Excuse me?
Lower stocks after that better than expected jobs report.
What did you expect? Wait. He's talking about the jobs report. He's not talking about the job revision report. Okay, the payroll revision. Different thing. Though, keep in mind, by the way, that the payroll revisions refer to the earlier job reports. So if so far the revisions keep trending downward, the fact that we had a better than expected job report probably means that in 2 months we're going to get an unexpectedly bad revision downwards, you know? Not good. Not good, and also I'm not finding much talk about the downward payroll revision, the final benchmark. Why am I not finding much on this? Nobody wants to talk about it? Google AI wants to talk about it. The Bureau of Labor Statistics released the final 2025 payroll benchmark revision on February 11th, 2026, lowering the March 2024 to March 2025 job count by 900,000. This downward adjustment, driven by more accurate state unemployment insurance tax records, suggests a weaker labor market than initially reported. Yeah, it's pretty important. I don't know what to say, guys. I'm not actually seeing any suits talking about this. Can you ask Grok? I think that Grok would agree with me that it's a big deal, but I'm not seeing people. Am I missing the news articles? I think I might be. I must be. Damn, you're right. It's all finance grifting channels. Are we just straight up ignoring? Are we actually just straight up ignoring it? Is that okay? The only people I've seen discuss it are the Bulwark. What the fuck is going on? It's like a really big deal. What the fuck? 37-minute live streamed video from the Bulwark. Listen, okay, no hate to the Bulwark or nothing, but like, is mainstream media legitimately just pretending this didn't happen? That's insane. People only care about culture war shit. On CNBC yesterday, they talked about the lead up to the jobs report. Well, that's the jobs report, not the payroll revision. Huh. Hiring lab? Yeah, no, I get... Literally everything on Google is about the 130,000 jobs report. Yeah, but what is the point of a good jobs report if the revision data keeps trending downwards? You must have missed the fact that Dow is over 50K. Oh. U.S. added 130,000 jobs last month, but revisions cut 2025 gains by more than half. So, again, what is the point of positively reporting on job gains if right now the evidence seems to indicate that in like a year we're going to find out that the job gains are fake? Like revisions cut 2025 gains by more than half? Canadian News, FYI. I know where the Globe and Mail is from. Look at the fucking colors on the webpage. All I can find is this tiny commentary from the New York Times. I'm getting so fucking conspiracy pilled over this right now. Jesus Christ. It really does feel like everyone knows that the empire is over and the American century of humiliation is beginning to crest, and the most that the oligarchs can hope for is to loot as much as possible before it all goes to shit. I gotta get a subscription to the New York Times. It's not even letting me bypass the links anymore. Wall Street Journal talked about it negatively, but can't get past paywall. I need to get a Wall Street Journal subscription too, I guess. I don't know. Job growth last year was far... Could anyone, with the Wall Street Journal, if anyone could give me a link on that. New York Times as well. Job growth last year was far worse than we thought. Here's why. This is really big news, man. Job growth was overstated, new data shows. Kind of understating it. New York Times gift article, does this work? Thank you. Okay, so we have two articles here. Both of them are from today. Yeah. Original and revised. Look at how bad this is. This is insanely bad. So starting from the revision, it looked like the divergence point was in early to mid 2024. And this whole wave of data, like this is a massive, look how much this, it's more than half. It's in. But then there's this other New York Times article, U.S. hiring starts here at a strong pace. I don't know, does it? Does it? Because look at what happened to our previous gains. We have literally not gained any jobs since like early 2025. It's insane. Look at my free and fair media dog. We're not making it out of the pit. Yeah. Have you taken a look at the Dow? Are you arguing this is intentionally the wrong data given to us? No. What I'm arguing is that the news that we read is created by and controlled by people who benefit from a bullish sentiment in the market, and they really don't want people to think about how bad the economy is. You know, because the big lie that they try to hold up, that they try to keep people from understanding, what they want is for people to think that as long as the stock market is doing well, the American people are doing well. And over the past few decades, there's been a concerted effort to link those two. Like, for instance, tying people's like retirements, you know, their savings accounts to the stock market. Basically meaning like, now you are happy if the stock market is doing well, and you're unhappy if it's doing poorly because, you know, your future retirement is tied to it, you know? They don't want people to understand how fake it all is. What is retirement? It used to be a thing people thought about. Almost no job growth in 2025. But the video they're stamping on is about 130,000 jobs being added. You can't... How can you be excited about jobs being added when you know for a fact that the current trend is a massive downward revision? For all you know, all the jobs that have been added are fake. I genuinely think the Gen Z crypto bro investor culture is partly to blame for this, because now a huge chunk of young people have been convinced to give up on real economic indicators as long as their vibe-based shit coins are doing good. Yeah, oh yeah, for sure. This is why Bitcoins, NFTs, and the like were always backed by the deep state. That like from the beginning, big investor types, not like little guys or whatever, but big money people were involved in them. The more you get everyone in on early speculation, the more that's all they care about. You want to create a culture where everybody at every age is all like gambling it away. Because for one, the house always wins. And for two, now there are policy incentives. Now you have dipshits with a net worth of $5 unironically arguing that an unrealized capital gains tax would ruin them. You know?
We're back with some breaking news now. The first U.S. jobs report of 2026 just came out moments ago, and the data shows 130,000 jobs were added in January, and the unemployment rate remains mostly steady at 4.3%. But the big story here is revisions. It comes during a concerning economic moment where inflation is still high and the job market has been weakening. NBC News senior business correspondent Christine Romans is here now to break down the numbers. Christine, good morning. Walk us through the January job numbers. How close is it to what we were expecting? And then the big headline here, what did we learn about revisions for 2025?
January was strong, 130,000, pardon my kindergarten drawing here, but 130,000. You know, that's a pretty decent number overall. There were revisions, though, here and here. So you had the year ending weaker than we thought, but then a pretty strong start to the year. But this is the big
Wow, I wonder if the strong start to this year is real or if it'll also get revised downward.
Number I wanted to tell you about here. The big number here is we thought that there were 584,000 jobs created in 2025. That was the weakest year for job creation outside of a recession since 2003. The government has revised those figures, trying to get a handle among these government shutdowns and big changes in Washington about trade policy, immigration policy, AI coming on the scene so companies don't have to hire as many people. This number is now 181,000 jobs created last year. That is the weakest year for jobs since at least 2003. That is just essentially the average last year was about 15,000 jobs added every month. That is bare.
It's so bad that it's hard to even find comparisons, you know, for how bad it is. It's apocalyptically bad. COVID doesn't count when you're measuring this because the COVID job losses were due to factors that weren't really necessarily economic. You know, they weren't a pointer of like broader economic health. Much in the same way that you can't really thank Biden for all of these job gains after. You know, you're just recovering from the COVID blip. Well, so where should I invest? In Chinese yuan. And all the jobs we gained were in healthcare administration. If you exclude healthcare employment, the U.S. has actually lost jobs since 2024. Literally, this is the only sector where things are going up. Since 2024, over 1.5 million healthcare and private education. Because of all the vouchers. Yeah, like charter schools. By the way, our population grew 1.8 million during that time, so real job growth was negative. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. The unemployment numbers that we're seeing are fake. It is worse than 4.3%. I guarantee you that. 100%. All non-healthcare jobs going down. Jesus fuck. Unemployment's a dumb number anyway. It doesn't track the number of people who aren't employed. It tracks the number of people with active unemployment insurance claims. There are multiple ways of tracking unemployment, but I think that like there are issues with them as well. Meanwhile, corporate profits skyrocketing since 2020. Yeah, well. Your link doesn't work, which is a shame because I'd love to show a big line going up so you could see where all that money's going. Alas. let me close all these. I opened way too many links. Yeah, I guarantee you this is not an accurate reflection of how bad things are. It works, it just takes a while. No, your link worked immediately. Corporate profits after tax. Man, look at how much it's gone up even since 2020. It's like doubled. Nearly doubled. Just in the past 5 years. Love that. Love that for them. Up to a keen, what are we at? 3,700 billions. So yeah, 3.7 trillion. Gotcha. It was the same link. It didn't open before. Where the hell are all these profits coming from? You? I mean, there's a finite money supply. They have to get the money from somewhere. They're not, you know, you got your fractional reserve banking. To an extent, you can create money, but a lot of it's, to be fair, isn't NVIDIA AI inflating it? No, these are corporate profits. We're not talking about like shareholder value. This isn't even like the stock market. We're just talking raw profits here. This is just straight up like the money that you give them. Dan Vosh didn't realize the Biden economy was cracked for the elite. Oh, no, it got much worse after COVID. And Biden, yeah, the continuation of quantitative easing, the Biden administration did absolutely nothing to crack down on any of the underlying trends that contribute to skyrocketing income inequality. It's gotten so much worse after COVID. Yes. I don't know. Good stuff, good stuff. Holy shit, there are so many links to look at. Oh my god. A apocalyptically bad jobs numbers. Hello? Hello? Wait, did you guys not just get a stutter? A minor blip? I just ended the stream. I meant to hit end recording. I ended the stream. We did? Okay, good to know that if I do that in the future, it's not going to be that bad for the... I hit the... Okay. Well, is YouTube fine? I guess YouTube has to be fine because the site just hosts off YouTube. Okay, sure. Let me send this over. Ryan, are you there? The jobs report thing should probably be... How long have you been doing this again? That's actually the first time I've ever done that. Lying to our faces. No, it's true! Okay, hold on. Second. Still here, by the way. Hi, got it. Okay, yeah, I sent it over. Yeah, the apocalyptically bad job number. I don't know, like, worst job creation numbers in decades. I just, whatever. The economy's bad. You can be as sensationalist as you want for that one. I mean, it's really, really, really bad. I know, it's just like, we're all so detached from... I feel like with the economy, we are as detached from the underlying mechanisms of economic health as we are from like how our food gets made. You know how we get our food from the grocery store, and sometimes it's a little bit difficult to abstract the idea that like every single thing there is made through this incredibly convoluted process of plant and animal harvesting and synthesization and processing and so on. And it's like, oh yeah, man, it used to be people literally just fucking found berries on a bush in the woods and hoped they didn't kill them, you know? I feel like we're getting to that point with employment as well, or with the economy in general, where we're all focusing on such high level abstract numbers that we're eroding the basics, you know? Like, a lot of people genuinely don't seem to understand the relationship between climate change and the ability for us to farm enough food for us all to live. But I don't know, man. We are power scaling imaginary numbers. That is true. Slurring his words like Biden? Me?
Mr. Speaker, and I'm proud to officially name the undisputed. When did this?
Wow. Jeez.
Come out, Mr. Speaker, the undisputed champion of beautiful, clean coal. We have to proceed. Always, I don't use the word coal. You know, it needs a PR job because it had a bad reputation for a while. So we're not allowed to say the word coal anymore. It has to be preceded by beautiful, clean coal. Okay? We're cleaning it up. Very good. And I'm proud to officially name the
he brought it back a little.
When did this come out, Mr. Speaker? The undisputed champion of beautiful, clean coal. We have to proceed. Always, I don't use the word coal. You know, it needs a PR job because it had a bad reputation for a while. So we're not allowed to say the word coal anymore. It has to be preceded by beautiful, clean coal. Okay?
The coal farmers are happy. I'm adding this to my list of things the Democrats need to do for me to support them. We need to just ban coal. I mean, I'm tired. Every coal exec, you have enough money. You are lucky that I'm not including your prosecution in my list of demands. You're fine. Everyone who works in a coal mine, you don't anymore. You're homeless. I don't fucking care. I don't give a shit. You will learn to code or you will learn to man a cashier. I do not give a shit. We're done with it, okay? It's all gonna be electric and the natural gas. And we're gonna get off the natural gas, but the natural gas is a hell of a lot better than coal. What about my grill? Your grill is charcoal, my friend, not grill. Sorry, not coal. Difference? They're completely different things. Charcoal is made when you carbonize wood. Coal is, well, also carbon, but it's made from, like, I don't know, dead algae or whatever, some type shit. Yeah, you do not put coal on your grill. Like actual coal, like the andesite shit or whatever, do not put that on your grill. That is more energy than you need, and it will give you cancer. No, that's woke. Yeah. Okay, a lot of people sent me a lot of links, so I have a lot of shit to look at. Hold on. Let's get through the ones I'm probably not doing a segment on. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty lean right now.
Brutally frame mugged again. Look at this guy, man. Like a goddamn triangle. Why even bother? Whew! These people are so stupid. Nah, come on.
It's way better than mine.
Does anyone continually find this attractive? Yeah, other men. Dog, nobody works out like this to impress women, okay? Women are stupid. You can have 14-inch circumference arms and they'll be impressed as long as you can, like, lift them up now and again, you know? It's the guys. The guys are out here being like, oh, fucking, is your waist not literally 1/3 the circumference of your chest? I work out that way for the lesbians. That's cool.
Thank you, guys. My name is Dr. Jared Cooney Horvath. I'm a former teacher turned cognitive neuroscientist who focuses on human learning.
Okay, okay.
And I do not receive funding, nor have I ever, from big tech. So a sad fact our generation has to face is this. Our kids are less cognitively capable than we were at their age. Since we've been standardizing and measuring cognitive development since the late 1800s, every generation has outperformed their parents. And that's exactly what we want. We want sharper kids. And the reason for this largely has been school. Each generation spends more time in school. We use school to develop our cognition. Congratulations, you see your correlation. Until Gen Z. Gen Z is the first generation in modern history to underperform us on basically every cognitive measure we have, from basic attention, to memory, to literacy, to numeracy, to executive functioning, to even general IQ.
It's really sad.
Even though they go to more school than we did. So why? What happened? What happened around 2010 that decoupled schooling from cognitive development? It can't be school. Schools basically look the same. It can't be biology. This hasn't had enough time to change. The answer appears to be the tools we are using within schools to drive that learning. Across 80 countries, as Jean was just saying, if you look at the data, once countries adopt digital technology widely in schools, performance goes down significantly, to the point where kids who use computers about 5 hours per day in school for learning purposes will score over 2/3 of a standard deviation less than—
Holy shit. 2/3 of a standard deviation? Oh my God, that's huge. Jesus Christ.
Kids who rarely or never touch tech at school. And that's across 80 countries. Bring it home to the US. Let's go to the US. We have our NAEP. That's our big data. Take any state, and here's a fun experiment you can try. Take any state NAEP data, compare that to when that state adopted one-to-one technology widely, and watch what happens. The NAEP data will plateau and then start to drop. Now, I
truly recommend Stolen Focus by Johan Hari. Amazing book in the whole issue. Yeah? Yeah, I don't know. It's, yeah. I really do think all of this is going to be incredibly obvious in hindsight. If you cut through all the discourse and the bullshit and the whining, 50 years from now, people are going to be like, yeah, no shit, the little box that destroys your attention span makes you stupid. Yeah, obviously, letting students keep the thing that is designed by the smartest tech people in the world to steal their attention and money and make them spend all their time on it, that was obviously going to hurt their ability to, like, pay attention in school. No shit, you know?
Said, of course, this is all correlative. What we really want is causative. To get causation, what you need is academic research, and you need mechanisms, explanations for why we're seeing what we're seeing. Luckily, we have academic research stretching back to 19...
So millennials are the smartest? Yes. Yeah. We have lots of data on that. Millennials are the smartest, the most left-leaning. On a bunch of metrics for intellectual and social performance, millennials are sitting quite pretty. Yeah.
62 that shows the exact same story for 60 years. When tech enters education, learning goes down. In fact, one of the biggest ed psychologists right now, Dylan William out of the UK, recently said, ed tech is a revolution that's been coming for 60 years. And we're going to have to wait another 60 because...
I mean, the screens don't help, but let's not pretend our educational system and standards haven't devolved over the past 20 to 30 years of underfunding. Oh, for sure. 100. Yeah, absolutely. Though I think, honestly, I think it has less to do with the funding than it does the fact that we can't fail anyone. The No Child Left Behind stuff. I genuinely, I continually do not understand what the point of education is if when you fail, you go ahead anyway. What is the point of the grades? I don't get it. I don't get it. it's not the funding. I actually think it's less about the funding than it is the motive to keep the funding, not failing kids. Like, I think that you get worse outcomes because a lot of these kids know there's no consequences to underperforming, so they don't even try. Like, that's actually worse than the lack of funding that you would get by failing them. Which is not great. Also, just no one believes in school anymore because everyone thinks it's a scam, which it is. You know? If there's no collective faith in the social value of self-betterment, and like you don't think it'll get you a better job or whatever, what's the point of being educated? You know? It's not like we're teaching kids a philosophical motivation for education. The line for decades has been like, you need to go to school to get a job. Well, if the job market sucks anyway, and you don't need a high school education to run a cashier, then what's the point? You know? I don't have a problem with computers in school. There should probably be a computer class. I have a problem with phones in school. Like computers are fine. A school computer is fine. You can do work on that, yeah. But you like phones should not be allowed in school, like at all. Not even like in the backpack. Like shouldn't be allowed in the building, basically. Just it's just like a cognito hazard. It just obliterates your ability. There's no rule you can implement that would not just cause kids to circumvent it. You know what I mean? People like kids will fake needing to use the restroom to go be on their phone to text their friends. They will literally miss the class and sit in the bathroom stall to use their phone. You can't like it's you just can't let them have access to that at a jammer. They need to put a Faraday cage around the school. I'm only half joking. It's really, really, really bad. How could you enforce that? I don't know. Everyone's shit gets searched. If you get caught like with a phone in class, it leads to like an actual grade deduction. I don't know. It has to be taken seriously. I'm sure there are some ways you could nuance it out. But it's morally necessary. Ohio has this as a law already. Yeah, and they're going to fucking mog the rest of the country pretty soon unless we do something to catch up, you know? You want to be beaten by Ohio? That sucks, Newts.
Doing anything. Now that's research, but now we need mechanisms. Luckily, over the last about 2 decades, we've been doing a lot of work in what we call the science of learning. How do human beings learn? And we now have the clear understanding of why tech does not work for learning, and it is all biological. It's not that the tech isn't being used well enough, we haven't been trained enough, we need better programs. It's we have evolved biologically to learn from other human beings, not from screens. And screens circumvent that process. I won't go too deeply into the mechanisms, they can get boring, but just know they're there if you want to talk about them. So that leaves us with 2 options. Option 1.
It's largely true. There's so much stuff online that is designed to make you feel productive for consuming it, but you learn nothing. Duolingo is a great example. There are so many people who have spent so much time on Duolingo, and it rewards you with the blips and the bleeps. You learn nothing. How many edutainment videos have you watched in the past week that you have no memory of? How many videos have you watched that have given you like novel education on history or on finance or on infrastructure or whatever else, and it's just like, oh, interesting, wow, I'm smarter now, but then you forget a week later. Real learning takes effort. Everything good in life takes effort. There is no way around that, because effort, like cognitively, effort expended is the process by which you encode memory. There is no way to learn effortlessly. There's no way to learn and you watch the stuff and it's, oh, how interesting, whatever. You might learn a couple of tidbits, but to really understand and know something, especially something important like, you know, the shit they're teaching you in grade school, right? There has to be effort. There's no way to streamline it. You can't gamify it. There's no way to fix, like, work around that. What you have to do is make it engaging in a way that still requires effort. You have to challenge people. It's a lot like exercise, right? There is no way to benefit from exercise without challenging yourself. If you want to get stronger, if you want to get bigger, if you want to have more endurance, progressive overload. It doesn't matter what kind of exercise or what your goal is. Progressive overload. You try and you try until it hurts a bit, not like injury hurt. You know what I mean? Like your takes effort, right? And you keep at it. And that's the only way. There's no way around it. There's no easy way of doing an exercise. There's no way to do it. And you're like, oh, well, you know, I don't have to spend that effort. I can just spend a bit more time or whatever else. No.
When you know something is wrong, do better. So we could just say, hey, mea culpa, get some of this tech out of schools, go back to what we know works, some analog methods, cool. Or two, we could redefine our terms. We could redefine what it means to be an effective learner.
To failure,
I want to end with one quick story here.
Uncomfortable.
Think back to your childhood, to your schooling. I guarantee all of us at one point took a test on reading comprehension. And the way it looked is this. Here's a passage of about 750 words. Here are 10 to 12 questions about that passage. Most of them are inferential, not factual. They're asking you to go beyond what you just read to see what you understood. Cool. Last year, the SATs had a reading comprehension section. Here's what it looked like. Here is a single sentence of 75 words. Here is one question, fact-based, about that sentence. Next. Here is another sentence of 75 words. Here is one question about that sentence. Next. Last year, they redefined reading comprehension to mean 54 short sentences with one question about each. That is skimming. That's not reading. Why would we ever do that? Because what do kids...
That's fucking insane, dude. Even the SATs? 10 years from now, kids are going to be like, yeah, I got a 1600 on the SATs. I found the round peg went in the round hole, the square peg went in the square hole. Didn't mix them up once.
Kids do on computers. They skim. So rather than determining what do we want our children to do and gearing education towards that, we are redefining education to better suit the tool.
I recently became my 16-year-old nephew's learning coach for online high school. It is astonishing how few critical thinking skills he has. Any answer where he has to actually reply in his own words to a question, he just rephrases the question for an answer. He had a meltdown. He was supposed to do a project where he had to make 2 to 3 slides on any Renaissance painter. He didn't even know how to start, despite just doing an entire until on the fucking Renaissance. Something until the entire Renaissance. Yeah, I understand the gist of what you're saying. Because I can read. Dude, maybe... Unit. Gotcha, unit. I probably, I don't know. I probably shouldn't have made so many jokes about me being illiterate now that the widespread literacy crisis is a big deal. And anytime I say anything about it, people are going to say like, well, you're illiterate, you know? I don't know. It's pretty... Yeah, I'm mogging the youth for sure. Gen Alpha has nothing on me. Whew. It's really rough. This is so sad. Yeah, again, it's one of those things you take for granted, you know? It's kind of like, I don't know. It's like recommending an exercise routine to people where you assume that everyone has basic motor cognition and can walk. And then realizing one day, like, oh my God, 60% of my class actually can't walk. Like, they have to crawl. And then you're like, well, what the fuck? Like, I don't even know how to teach that. How do you, like, I don't even know how to do that. Yeah.
That's not progress, that is surrender. So as we go through our discussion today, there's going to be a lot of talk about smartphones and
By the way, like this made me less mad at people online because it's occurred to me, and it didn't occur to me before. A lot of the people online who get mad at you genuinely don't know what you said. Like, if I have a take, text or verbal, and then people get mad at me, and I'm like, wait, do they not, like, the way they're mad at me doesn't even, like, correspond to the thing that I said. Now, I know, like, there is a very real, especially if they're young, like, if they're, like a, I don't know, just a young internet user, I don't know how, whatever, just, like, less than 20 or whatever, there's, like, a 50-50 chance they actually do not understand what I said, and they're engaging with it the only way they know how. Like, they're doing a surface level reading, which is largely inaccurate, and they're responding to that. Elites want this to happen so they can fill the gap with AI. Oh, I bet. Oh, I know 100%. I bet. Yeah. This explains so much about chat. I mean, I'm not saying everyone in chat who argues with me is doing that, but there are people who have. And I guess the only thing that I'm really, the only thing I want taken from that, like the only thing I want that I'm deriving from it, I guess, is if you're in that boat, you have to keep trying. Never, please, do not let yourself get complacent or get like embarrassed or angry when you feel you're not able to read something and you just accept the level that you're at, okay? You have to try harder. There's no point in your life where it becomes impossible for you to do that. There's always a chance for you to do it. So please try, okay? You have to try. You can't give up on you.
Social media, rightly so. But I'm the voice here to remind you that even in schools, it doesn't matter what the size of the screen is. If it's a
You do often say things in very stupid ways that can reasonably be interpreted as shit takes. Hey, Cats on Meth, aren't you the person who 2 hours and 20 minutes ago opened stream by saying that I have shit self-help takes? It sounds to me like you could benefit from a few of those myself. Or yourself. Is it possible that you're still acting out like an indignation? You know, what do they call that? What's that thing? The that how some people just reflexively defy authority no matter what. What's it called? It's oppositional defiant disorder. That's it. That's it. That's it. Wait, holy shit! I'm on the money. You've been here a while, Cats on Meth. This is false. You don't have to be uncomfortable. No, you can't be comfortable all the time. You have to be uncomfortable for growth. It's not all contrarianism. Vosh, you don't get $43 every 6 seconds. Come on. You don't know what I'm worth. Nah. I would ban for a week if I hadn't misspoke, but the aura loss that I incurred when I mixed my words up deprived me of the momentum that I needed.
A phone, if it's a laptop, if it's a desktop, and it doesn't matter who bought it. Is it school sanctioned? Does it have the word education stamped on it? It doesn't matter. All of these things are also going to hurt learning, which in turn are going to hurt our kids' cognitive development, right at the time when we need our kids to be sharper than we are. So thank you guys so much for today. I look forward to talking with y'all.
He stuttered, ban evaded. Yeah, sometimes that's how it works, right? I don't know. It's a very serious issue. We all need to get much more ableist. Fast. We have to get very ableist very quickly. There we go. If you can't read Charles Dickens, they double your taxes. That doesn't sound too bad. Holy fuck. How do I have more links now? When did I even click these? Okay, can we just look at the fucking Canada thing so you people shut up about it? Tumbler Ridge school shooting. Police identify suspect in Canada attack as 18-year-old local resident. Well, there you go. 18 years old. That's Gen Z. Cognitively deficient for reasons that we just discussed. There it is, you know. Must have gotten angry at a reading comp question, flipped out, something like that. Okay, seriously, what's the deal? And why did like 8 people interrupt other segments to fucking tell me to cover this? Are you going to cover this? Are you going to cover this? Well, I don't know, man. Am I? The bigger thing is that they were trans. Who the fuck cares? Some people are trans. Did they shoot people in like a trans way? Were they white? Were they brunette, blonde? Like, what is... You realize that you're giving the other side, like, you're pumping them up. Like, oh, guys, hushed tones, whispers. This one was trans. Okay. No, but it's going to be used as an excuse to send us the proverbial camps. No, it won't. Hush. Quit freaking out. For one, it's Canada. For two, they call every shooter trans. Like, the average Republican voter probably thinks that 90% of the shootings that have taken place over the past 5 years have been from trans people. They're not, like, again, maximal disinfo saturation. Like, they already think everyone's trans, okay? For three, you're doing them a favor by like, asking, acting all, preemptively contrite over it, or concerned. And four, it's a little bit, ghoulish. I don't know, some innocent people died. Oh, the really bad part of this is that the shooter's trans. I thought the bad part was that they shot people. Let's not race ahead with the cynicism, okay? Notes, what is this? 3 years ago, Redditors on r/VoshV, hey, that's me, lost their minds over Matt Walsh. Oh, God, fucking nested screenshots. Lost their minds over Matt Walsh quoting Males of Reddit screenshot of JesseBoy347. User JesseBoy347 just shut up a school in Tumblr Ridge, Canada yesterday. Okay, wait, hold on. So, holy shit, look at the nesting. So, JesseBoy347 posted on Male to Female, how do I stop comparing myself to fictional characters? Pre-HRT 15-year-old, anime-related content. Many such cases. And then Males of Reddit posted that, never let your kids watch anime. That's also true. Then Matt Walsh posted that, said, hate to say I told you so. And then my subreddit posted Matt Walsh quote tweets account that posted a person's adult content without permission. Adult content? I don't know what's adult. It's talking about anime. Count 50K followers. Many of them are underage. I don't know what they're talking about necessarily, but that was 3 years ago. But now the person in the original screenshot did a shooting. Okay. All right. I kind of lost the plot on this one. Just wanted to let you know. Okay. Just 3 years ago, the account was quote tweeted in a quote tweet that got screenshotted in a post with 152 updates that's been archived. Oh, okay. Basically, the assertion here is that it's my fault. Okay. So what are we talking about? That's bullshit. We're all leftists here. When a marginalized scapegoat group is being blamed over it, we have a right to be concerned. It's not that you can't be concerned about trans people being scapegoated or anything like that. It's just, I think it's a little bit weird when you guys pretend that the right doesn't already say that every shooter is trans. I don't know. I just don't. You're not making it any easier for yourselves by preempting the conversation or getting hushed over it, like in my chat. You know what I mean? It doesn't really seem like the point is that it's not a relevant factor, or at least I don't know if it is. I haven't even looked into the damn story. Was there a manifesto saying like I genuinely can't anymore with these cisgender people? The shooter's Twitter account had the black sun in their PFP. They weren't a leftist, Lamau. Wait, really? Wait, the trans 18-year-old was like what, a Strasserite or something? That's funny. Hey, better they watch Fuentes than me. I don't want that smoke. Death toll down to 9 people. Man. Police had attended the suspect's family residence on multiple occasions over the past few years, dealing with mental health concerns of the suspect. Yeesh. This includes one police attendance at the home approximately 2 years ago where firearms were seized under the criminal code. The lawful owner of those firearms petitioned for them to be returned, and they were. The suspect was born as a biological male who had started transitioning about 6 years ago, identified as social media. No idea what the motivation was. Gotcha. So is there any other info here on motive? If there's no information at all on motive, then there's not really anything that I can say about it apart. I mean, obviously it's tragic. I guess is bullying. Well, somebody in chat said that she didn't even go there. No, she dropped out a few years ago. 4 years ago, Jesus. At the age of 14? And she's just been living with what? Her parents? It happens? Yeah, but it's bad. Does anyone have like a source on the statement that her Twitter profile pic had a black sun? That's the closest thing we have to any kind of ideological motivation. Saw it on Reddit. Well, could you find a post? I don't know. Reddit's it's a big site. Of course she would be trans. It's literally called Tumblr Ridge. Seems like basically every time there's a school shooting, the police already have a profile on the person who did it. We really need to be, I don't know. There needs to be like, we need to have some kind of more robust, we need a more robust way of dealing with very obviously unstable people who keep getting police visits. Racist tweets from the supposed Twitter account of Jesse Strang. I don't know if this is real. This seems really difficult to verify. Screen grab of it? But it's like impossible to verify. Yeah, I don't really have much that I can say. it's the 4th worst mass shooting in our history. Yeah, it's really bad. It's like engagement with the behavior or ideology of the shooter is really the only thing that I can do or say outside of the obvious, it's really bad that they killed innocent people. But right now there's like no evidence basically. So it's hard to really say much of anything. The only reason people were pitching it at me, I think, is because the shooter is, allegedly trans. I mean, I don't even know how much info there is out there to that, but again, I don't really think that emboldens the right any more than they already are when it comes to their attitude towards trans people. Makes sense for you, Raptor. Yeah. Links.
For him. Disappointed in
Who
Gavin
do you vote
Newsom.
for, J.D. Vance or Gavin Newsom?
Well, I'd have to vote for Gavin Newsom.
Me
of course,
too.
100%.
I wouldn't blink.
There's no
What
doubt.
about you, Hassan?
I'd probably vote third party.
You would?
Oh yeah. I mean, at that point, it doesn't even matter.
He's been watching my streams. He's cribbing off my my talking points. See, this is the cowardice of the third party voter unveiled. What you need to do is stand on principle. You have to vote for the candidate of lesser harm. You have to vote for JD Vance. You can't. That's the difference. You can't. You're mealy mouthing it like, oh, I don't want to engage. No. We have to be consistent. We have to be consistent on this one.
Like, because my policy on this is the same as like my refusal to endorse Kamala Harris. The reason why I did not endorse Kamala Harris was because she did things that were not only unproductive but also unconscionable.
Weren't you last stream dogging on people who vote third party? Not really dogging on them. Voting third party does nothing. You might as well not vote. It's a protest vote, but protest votes just aren't worth anything in this system. It's basically like not voting. If you want to not vote, then like, okay, I guess it's not like the Democratic Party is giving you a robust, set of reasons to vote for them. Yeah.
And I still stand on that. I still talk about it all the time because people constantly bring it up. They're like, you didn't sufficiently like promote Kamala Harris. You're the reason why she lost. And I'm like, I am incapable. There is no singular force in this country that is capable of making or breaking an election. And if that was real, then it is the most idiotic thing.
I don't really think that answer is very good. I mean, it's not about whether or not you make or break an election. It's just about like what argument you're making, Isn't it more harmful to add votes to JD Vance's quote unquote mandate? Maybe. I don't know. It seems kind of marginal, I guess. My position, which can change, I guess, moving forward, but my position is that like the real thing destroying the country isn't actually MAGA. MAGA is rapidly hastening the process. The real thing destroying the country are a set of underlying economic, social, and political forces that both parties contribute to, though again, much more so from the MAGA movement. But if the primary outcome of Gavin Newsom becoming president in 2028, if he did, right, would be disillusionment of the people to the point that I think most people would welcome the collapse of our democracy. Like, he is the most believes in nothing, ruthless, like piece of shit, like fucking American psycho. I have no principles. I'll do whatever I can to advance my own agenda. And I think that voting in a Democrat like that would basically tell people, so we can't do anything. Like, it's just, it'll never get better again. And I feel like it would do a lot of long-term damage, destroying people's hope that something might come about that could be better in the future. Whereas if JD Vance won in 2028, he would get in there with like fucking 29% approval, and he would stay there. His own party wouldn't work with him as much as they did with Trump. Democrats would oppose him on everything. It feels like he would be a lame duck from day one. He wouldn't be able to do anything. And maybe, the fact that Gavin Newsom lost to that could be kind of an indictment against the Democratic Party in a way that would encourage them to vote for somebody who isn't Gavin Newsom in 2032. But I don't really know. I don't know. I guess my thinking is that if Gavin Newsom wins, it's over anyway. And what would come about in 2032 would be downright apocalyptic. It's kind of like how now, in retrospect, I really wish that Trump had won in 2020, because Biden didn't do anything with his victory, didn't prosecute Trump for some reason with Merrick Garland, didn't do anything to address the underlying, did nothing about the Republican Party at all, just went after fucking small fries, the randos who stormed the Capitol, like those were the problem, just the random fucking chuds who took a shit in Pelosi's office or whatever. Did nothing with it, and it gave Trump 4 years to build back up momentum. Whereas we all know if Trump had won in 2020, he would have gone in with incredibly low popularity and he would have gotten nothing done, and all the people around him would have been the same like rhinos, the same neocons who would have wrangled him in, and it would have been this embarrassing mess for the Republican Party. They wouldn't have had a perceived mandate. They would have just like coasted along, getting nothing done. Certainly not as much damage as Trump ended up being able to do after winning again in 2024. So yeah, I don't know. That right now, it seems to me like the Biden presidency accomplished nothing other than giving Trump time to really fuck us in the ass. So my thinking is maybe that's all Gavin Newsom would do as well. Maybe Gavin Newsom would succeed only in giving the Republican Party the ability to like fucking charge up their mega strike and really like truly obliterate this country's, like actually end it. For 100 years, end it in 2032. Whereas if J.D. Vance wins in 2028, I don't know. But again, this is just my ballpark thinking now, and I don't think Gavin Newsom's going to be the guy anyway. Though it's worth saying, I do feel similarly about Kamala Harris to Gavin Newsom. I think that Kamala Harris and Gavin Newsom are pretty similarly, would have acted pretty similarly, like in the same dynamic. Kamala Harris's, I don't know, nihilistic, I'm not here for you after I lose. I pop in 6 months later with a witty little consultant-led catchphrase. Oh, look at me, I'm quirky. That bullshit? I don't know, man. Like, at least Gavin Newsom's been doing something with the California redistricting. Sorry, long ramble. What about Pete Buttigieg? I think that Pete Buttigieg is marginally better than Gavin Newsom or Kamala Harris, but like only marginally. Only marginally.
Not to listen to my demands, but everybody knows that that's not real, right? Mm-hmm. If I had this singular force to be able to make Kamala Harris the president, then Kamala Harris should be coming to me every day and being like, let me do a collab with you, please. Totally. Right? That's not the case, of course. And
I don't get this argument. Whether or not you're the kingmaker doesn't change, like, the arguments you're making.
They know it. That's why they didn't do it. But the campaigns are always responsible for whether or not they are able to win the crowds, win the population over, and combat against the couch. Not necessarily even against the Republican Party, but usually you're fighting against the couch, people who just don't go out and vote. And for me, the way I see it is if the Democratic establishment makes this decision one more time, just as they did with Hillary Clinton, just as they did with Kamala Harris, and in some ways, just as they did with Joe Biden as well, which led to Trump too, then they just don't care. And there's not much I can do.
Let me tell you.
That's clearly true, right? That's inarguably true. He is right. The fight is with the couch. You are mostly fighting against indifference, not fighting to win over Republican voters, which is why like what Chuck Schumer said was so fucking stupid. The idea that for every, if you maybe you lose these people, but you pick up moderates in the suburbs of Philadelphia or whatever the fuck he said, you're mostly fighting apathy, and the Democrats are contributing so much to apathy. And you're going to see it, man, because right now the way we're headed is massive Democratic turnout in the midterms as a backlash to Trump. But in 2028, when the real Democratic ticket is on the line, they give people very few arguments for going out there, and people are disillusioned, and they see very low turnout relative to what you'd expect based on their midterm performance.
Something. I agree with everything you say, but as a person who lived in a red state for 50 years, I would crawl through 10 feet of concrete to vote for Gavin Newsom, even though I think he's duplicitous, a hypocrite, a thirst trap, hungry for power, all of the things that you say, and harms the Democratic Party and sets the psychological soil to be more prey to fascism. All of that I agree with. But there are so many young, queer, black, brown, marginalized people in red states. And even though this corporate Democrat is, you see it in a long-term game. In the short-term game, a President Newsom of our...
Well, the long-term game matters. Okay, wait. Okay, this is what I'd be interested in hearing her answer. Or she can't hear me, but like, again, in retrospect, wouldn't it have been better if Trump had won in 2020? He comes in with very low approval. He's surrounded by people who hate him. He gets nothing done. And then in 2024, the Democrats have like an unambiguous hyper mandate. They could have won with anyone. They could have won with literally anyone, you know? Trump would not have had the ability to do what he's doing right now. The harm that Trump has done just in the first year of his second term is greater than everything he did in his first term easily, like by an order of magnitude or more. So in a way, in retrospect, yeah, like it would have been better if he had won then, even if obviously Joe Biden's presidency was not as bad as Trump's presidency would have been during that time. You do have to look in the long term to an extent. Like if you run with a candidate so bad that it actually hurts you in the broader arc, you have to think about this is the job of the party, right? Like the Democratic Party, an institution with billions and billions of dollars at their disposal, they should have to think about this stuff. And the fact that they don't make strategically good decisions, and they don't, means that unfortunately, like we have to think long term. You know, like we have to consider this. The Democrats clearly have no plan. They're really, really bad at doing what they're supposed to do. Is this Hassan's like podcast studio? What is this? What is this? It's a studio they rented out in NYC. Okay. It's her studio. Okay. I don't know. Get what I'm on about, right? The Democratic Party is going hard left progressive. I fucking wish. Remember how much turnover there was in his cabinet by the end? He'd have trouble even getting a cabinet together. Yeah, if Trump had won back in 2020, I feel like it would have taken him like 8 months after getting elected just to get his cabinet together, because he would have Trump would have tried like desperately replacing people. Keep in mind, he just fucked over his VP. So he'd have to that for one, like he would need that whole situation like addressed essentially. They didn't like each other. Like even in a timeline where Trump won legitimately and Jan 6 didn't happen, he and Pence still didn't get along. Like all this stuff, you know, I feel like Trump just wouldn't have gotten anything done his second term. He just would have been an embarrassment. But now the whole Republican Party is aligned like 100% behind him. I don't know. Now, Vosh, I mostly agree, but we have one factor that supersedes everything: COVID. Biden handled COVID much better than Trump could have, and I do think that's a meaningful difference. Though, if you want to like get into the alt timeline stuff, maybe in a timeline where Trump was needed to manage COVID after the vaccine was out, they wouldn't have had a chance to become anti-vax. Like, why would they become anti-vax when the whole reason they became anti-vax was as a way of foisting culture war warriors on the Biden administration? The anti-vax movement only came about because Biden was like the antagonist to their movement. If Trump was the guy administrating vaccine protocols, he probably would have been disinclined to encourage that, you know? They were already anti-vax. They booed Trump when he told them to take the vaccine. That ramped up significantly after the fact. The main thrust of I think that they would have gotten much more or much less disagreeable on that if Trump had been the guy actually administering it, like policy-wise. Yeah. Yeah, he would have been bragging about Project Lightspeed and stuff. This point works well with the benefit of hindsight, but without it, isn't it always better to choose the lesser evil? But you don't just need, it's not just hindsight. You can also have future sight. Like, you have to make reasonable predictions. I guess I hoped when Biden won in 2020 that he would do the obvious thing and arrest Trump. Like, I thought Merrick Garland, yeah, foresight, thank you. I thought Merrick Garland would do the seemingly the obvious thing and preside over the federal prosecution of Trump for the crimes he committed, but they didn't. You know? And you know, Biden is a better man than Gavin Newsom is. Just saying. It's yeah. Masaigo, we're not settling for Newsom. We're just saying, like, the hypothetical here is with Newsom. Are we arguing with people? Okay, so this clip was... This proves Hassan doesn't care about any of the marginalized group he pretends to support. All he cares about is taking money from them so he can buy more outfits for stream. This reads like someone criticizing me. This is low IQ criticism, of course. Or at the very least, it's not evidenced by the video posted.
My issue as a trans person is the fact that you, a guy that isn't super well versed on trans shit.
Oh, this is like a super old clip. Okay, this is just like beefing stuff. This is irrelevant to me. Meaningless. This is the person who's mad at Hassan. After all this, Republicans can never complain about anything a Democrat does ever again. Future MAGA prison camp guard. Okay, usurp the chef. But, like, do you actually believe that? Will you fight for a Democratic candidate willing to do what needs to be done? Because liberals love to aura farm. Ooh, look at us. Biden's going to send MAGA to the re-education camps. Did he? No, he didn't, did he? He let everything get worse, and then he left. If you want what you want. Hassan, vote blue, no matter who, drama. Yippee. Dude, we've been productive as hell today. There's so much to cover. I feel like I'm on my beat. How do you guys feel? Vosh left progressive politics between 2020 and 2023. What are you talking about? YouTube chat. Let me see. Channel activity. I think you're just a bot. Yeah, okay, I think you're a bot. First name, bunch of numbers. I like your coat. Thank you, I do too. It's not a coat, but I understand what you're saying. Republican cash edge threatens to swamp Dems in the midterms. Masaigu said something about this, about how Democrats have transferred a bunch of their national funds to state funds in anticipation of the midterms. Vosh, I do feel like you briefly became a liberal during the Biden era and never fully returned to your anarcho-syndicalist roots. Well, okay, but like if my anarcho-syndicalist roots in this case are what exactly? Like what would I be talking about? What would I be engaging with differently? You know? We're talking about an ideology that is so far from real implementation that it's like I mean what I could only really engage with the systems in front of me. Unless you want me to do this like, well, we're removing ourselves from society entirely. Let's just like fantasize about the positions we would have in a system that worked better for us. I don't know. I want to talk about the stuff in front of me. You still call yourself a libertarian socialist? Sure, yeah. I mean, this comes out from time to time. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but basically every stream at some point or another has been a tirade against bourgeois democracy. Over the past 5 years, my position has shifted to what is now essentially probably something I would have argued against in the beginning. My current position is that democracy literally cannot survive the existence of capital inequality and maximal actions no man who saves democracy can be a criminal, you know? Like it's like fully far like radical I mean in essence it's pro-liberal because these are positions, I mean ostensibly liberal positions for, you know, the preservation of democracy, but it's not bourgeois democracy. That shit is tumbling like very quickly, you know? Yeah. I talked about decommodifying housing and I scared the hose. You people are like, oh, you're just a liberal now. Well, I did a 2-hour rant on how the government should own every building in the country and you should always have to lease it from them. And everyone got mad at me. What do you want from me? It was the entire stream, not just 2 hours. Yeah, no, it was a long stream. The deserter would still call you a lib. Sorry. Yeah, well, the deserter has lots of wacky opinions. And it's probably racist. No spoilers. Definitely racist. I feel like you kind of became a tanky after Trump 2.0. Well, the problem is that, like, historically, a lot of the shit that tankies have been defending has been stupid. My current position is this, and I think it's a very defensible one. It is that right now, based on what we are seeing today, our democracy and our way of life literally will not survive without severe, substantial, and widespread efforts taken to preserve democracy. Like, not just, ooh, the next Dems are going to have such a fun time with the DOJ, you know, no. Widespread, like fundamental. This isn't about law. It's not about culture. It's just like factually, democracy right now does not work in these conditions. So you have to decide between the conditions, oligarchy, income inequality, being ruled over by Zionist pedophiles, or the democracy. And between democracy and Zionist pedophiles, I choose democracy. That's my, like, that currently is my position, okay? Do you still support commodity production and the commodity form? Go watch my early... How long have you been in chat? What? I've put a million videos out on my opinions on the social... You joined this month? Okay, I shouldn't be mean to you. I shouldn't be mean to new viewers. I think that the abolition of the commodity form is a wonderful thing that we should pursue, but there are certain, like, ground level systems we have to establish first. Like, global capital and the financialization of the international economy basically made it impossible to do these things. You couldn't do it even with all the power in the world in a single country because the global supply chain is tied up in systems that are antithetical to like supply side decommodification. So step one for me, I guess, is you have to set the bedrock, right? You have to start building up systems that are robust and can exist alongside and independently of you know, those like financial markets. And then you have to start pumping them up. You have to start building that power up, you know, because only then, because if you just try to do it right now, everything would get fucking broken and everyone would starve. It would not be good, you know? That's my okay. There, I apologize if I took a harsh tone. I do have older videos on this stuff. You know, I just don't. Wait, are you a left communist? Yeah, but it feel like it's yeah, I'm a left communist, but my country is currently controlled by pedophiles. It's like I have like a wide range of economic and political opinions that at the moment are being kind of suppressed by the fact that my country is ruled entirely by a cabal of pedophiles. So it's you know, it's just difficult sometimes to get to it. It's there's a lot of shit happening right now, okay? Let me pee. One second, okay? Let me take a piss. You know that meme? I think I might be non-binary, but I've got to work in the morning, so I don't have time for that. That's how I feel about communism right now, I guess. I got Trump. I'm sorry, but Trump just signed the "Fuck All Children" Act, and unfortunately, like I gotta go live right now and cover this. I can't. It's a lot of shit going on. Born to be a left com, forced to live under a pedo-occupied world. So you oppose all form of bourgeois national liberation on the basis that capitalism is a universal mode of production? I have work in the morning. I have work in the morning. So you understand I have work in the morning. It's not LARPing, it's a fair question. It's just I'm so hold on. Let me take a look. What do I have on the tabs list right now? Just let me easy chair. Just so you know, what do I have on the tabs list? We're gonna talk about Nick Fuentes. Somebody sent me a post on skinny jeans. Trump supporting dad shot his daughter after arguing about MAGA. Like not done theory in a while. We'll do it eventually. You have to cover the topic on the screen too. No, I'm tired of it. I've looked at it for long enough. No, is she just wondering? No, it's okay. It's okay. Well, do all these labels mean anything? I just want things to stop being shitty. They do. Like you don't. They do, but you don't have to like talk about them necessarily. Like let me put it this way, okay? 90% of the shit that I say on stream, that is like analytical, like I'm making a determination about the things that I've seen or what I think about it. You know, it derives from, on some level at least, material analysis. But I don't go around here going like, oh, dialectical materialism this, dialectical materialism that. But like dialectical materialism do be happening somewhere. It informs my decisions, right? You're getting the bedrock. It's like you don't read fancy classical literature so you can quote it at everyone. You read it so that you can improve your literacy and have a more robust understanding of the world, you know? But people might not even know where that comes from. People don't know you've read Dostoevsky based on how you like order Starbucks coffee, you know? But people are like, ooh, what a charming and charismatic young man. It's okay, Masaigu. You're no stranger to typing lots and lots only to not be read. Damn. Nah, you put in the work. Join the club. Listen, there's a lot of people in chat. Jesus. Okay, hold on. How many viewers have we bled? Not too many. Okay, we'll do the joke one first. Somebody asked me why I said this was reactionary. I tweeted this and I said it was a deeply reactionary sentiment. I think I said deeply reactionary sentiment masquerading as feminist girl boss bullshit or something to that effect, okay? Skinny jeans were never ugly on women. The only reason they got hate is because men wore them and exposed their horrendous leg shapes. So a bunch of stuff, okay? And I'm gonna commit to this. I'm not half-heartedly talking about it. I'm talking about it for real, okay? The thing you like about this is their bodies, because they are skinny white women. Congratulations for your very novel opinion that skinny white women are pretty. That's super brave of you. You're not really like commenting on the form of this clothing because it's essentially just spandex with jean print done over it, right? We're not really talking about jeans here. We're basically talking about printed leggings. You just like this, you know? Secondly, the idea that all women who wear skinny jeans or leggings have legs shaped like this is wrong. There are plenty of fat, ugly women. I'm sorry. Like, I hate sentiment. By the way, you know why I'm mad about this? 250,000 likes on this. Deeply reactionary sentiment, okay? For one, the idea only women have nice legs but men don't. Literally, what are you talking about? Straight women like men's. You see like a guy, the guy equivalent in terms of like fitness or weight or proportioning to these legs. People also like those legs. You know, this is just bullshit. The reason you like this and you don't typically like skinny jeans on men is because women's skinny jeans are 90% spandex and men's skinny jeans are usually actually jeans. And skinny jeans that are made of cotton, like what the men wear, even if it's partly spandex, there's more cotton in it, tend to fit worse because it's difficult to fit those. It's easy to fit skinny jeans that are 90% spandex because they're leggings. Anyone can fit in leggings. That's the whole point of leggings. So, like, a lot of guys look bad in skinny jeans in large part because they're just wearing ill-fitting clothing in general, which you can't do with spandex, basically. This reactionary lesbianism is unfortunately quite common. So lesbians piss me off in a wide variety of ways because they're very annoying on Twitter and in other places. And for the most part, I afford this to them because they have to deal with men. And like, God only knows what that does to you, right? But at the same time, the idea that women are the natural purveyors of beauty and men are ugly ogres is literally the belief of every single fascist society and every conservative and every reactionary movement and every mainstream religion and everything negative in the world. It is the default patriarchal assumption that women are beautiful and pure and virtuous, and men are like the angry, ugly, bearish people who consume and prey on the beauty of women. You're not being woke by saying that, okay? Deeply reactionary sentiment. Very, 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 very stupid. Hi Vosh, I'm an annoying lesbian on Twitter and I lay hate men, but yeah, this whole men are inherently ugly does bother me a fuck ton. Yeah, it's pretty stupid. It's not even like, also not to like do a deep cut or whatever, but like, I don't know. It kind of makes you wonder how, like, what is it about men do they mean? Do they mean like proportioning? Do they mean the like where the navel is relative to the dip in the waist? Do they mean the leg to hip to waist ratio and so on? And to all of those points, is this like a trans exclusionary hate? Do they feel this way about trans men? What about trans women? Are we talking just like the physical proportioning of the body? Do we mean like, relatively speaking, how sharp your jaw is? I mean, there are some women with very, like cis women with very sharp jaws. I mean, I don't know. Like, I guess like it's just a weird batch of essentialism and I don't get it. Also, nobody believes this. There are plenty of guys, everyone agrees, have great bodies. You go to the gym, there are plenty of men there who look great. I just don't understand why we were so performative with this, you know? Men exposed how ugly skinny their horrendous leg shape. What does that mean? Horrendous leg shapes. What does that mean? What is that? I don't. It's not about trans women. No, it's not about trans women. But I just wonder where this like what horrendous leg shapes. To be fair, these may be Russian troll farms looking for engagement. It's not. It's not about that. It's got 250,000 likes. I'm just critiquing the sentiment. Also, nobody does this with women. You're not going to get 250,000 like posts being like, you know, only men look good in this. It's really common to dog on like men's appearance, but you're doing the reactionary thing there. Like you're doing the right wing, like women are the innately beautiful ones position. Anyway, that's why I said it's reactionary. Doesn't the character limit on Twitter incentivize short and hyperbolic essentialist posts? Sure, but like, why post this? What do you like? What you see 3 pretty ladies? Why do you look at this and then go, men are innately ugly? I don't get. I just don't get that. You know, it's weird. Every woman I've ever talked to said they like men's hands, legs, asses. I don't know if this is a real take unless you hate masculinity in general. I think that it's just fake brave points, but I don't know. Somebody asked me. We have time for one more? Yeah, we have to do skinny jean misandry rants. Okay, this one's actually really good. Guys, is it too much for me to refer to Nick Fuentes as though he's a watermark for a particular kind of Republican? Maybe not Republican, far right, you know, incel, whatever. Because it's representative, you know, it's representative. This clip, I couldn't believe it when I saw this, because for months now, I've been saying, and I'm not the only one, I'm not like the big smarty pants boy, I'm not the only guy who said this, but I've been saying Nick Fuentes wants an out because unfortunately he's been saddled to the social consequences of having to represent and speak to a movement full of the stupidest and most vindictive people alive. That every day he wakes up and he looks at his community and it's full of insufferable, stupid, like culture warrior dipshits who are, you know, they donate asking like if it's bad that their wife of 8 years is actually 1/8 Jewish on their mother's side or something. Or like, what was that one? I really like this one. It was the person saying like, oh, we're going to homeschool our children. Do you have any reading recommendations? And Nick Fuentes was like, I don't know, math? Reading? Oh, well, what do you think I'm going to say? Like, oh, read them Holocaust book, like the denying the Holocaust for 5-year-olds or what? Like that shit. You know what I mean? So he's the movement is insufferable. Fuentes, he's a smart guy, you know, so he thinks himself above them, but unfortunately, like that's what happens when you get saddled to the movement. This is a good clip. We're learning. We're listening and learning, okay? Everyone sit your white ass down. Latinx King is speaking.
The halftime show was in Spanish and all the performers were brown people. The message was this is what America looks like, a mosaic of Latin peoples. Clearly it was political. Clearly it was a middle finger to white people. Weird take. Are you even a white nationalist at this point?
Honestly, I don't feel like one anymore. I feel like...
We got him. He's woke now. We're claiming him.
Do I want America to be a white country? Yes.
Never mind. We're unclaiming him.
I'm pro-white, but the movement has just been captured by losers and idiots. I'm kind of...
Been captured by. So because I did pre-watch this. The theme here is that it used to be that Nick Fuentes could always define what his community was, what his issues were. But unfortunately, a bunch of neo-Nazis recently took over the presidency of the United States, you know, like Miller and all the culture war bullshit they put out through the Department of Homeland Security and such. So now Nick Fuentes is saddled with having to be responsible for and answer to all of that inane culture war bullshit. Like when you're completely outside of power, you have the ability to choose which issues to die like on a hill for. Like you can decide what you're going to talk about, what you're going to defend, what you're going to, you know, stick up for or like shape your audience around. But now, sorry, buddy, you're on the list, you know, you're on the hook. You've got to defend every single thing Kristi Noem does. As he's going to say in this clip, like, oh, well, no, you have to hate the Bad Bunny Super Bowl halftime show. You have to. It's the culture war mandates it. This is what happens when you're actually tied to a movement that's in power. And it's the reason why I've said that people like Nick Fuentes aren't really a political threat. He would rather be out of power so that he can decide what he wants to talk about, because he doesn't like being saddled with the kind of, energy that you get when you're held to account for what's actually happening in the real world. Now you have to deal with those annoying fucking culture warriors. But they've always been there, man. Back 10 years ago, you could be conservative and you could have conservative opinions without necessarily validating every fucking retarded thing every Gamergator said. Like, you had to pretend to be outraged by every video game that had character customization options that included an agender thing. Like, imagine Nick Fuentes talking about that, you know? But now, sorry, motherfucker, those guys run the White House. So now you have to. So, hey, everyone, hey, new tweet from JD Vance. He is outraged that the localization of this Japanese RPG has included mandatory censorship, and you can no longer see the mons pubis bones of the 14-year-old healer character that you get added to your party in chapter 2. New tweet, everyone get in on this one. We need all hands on deck. The president's going to talk about it soon.
Just done pandering. I fucking hate these people. When I look at what the movement has become, like the kind of impulses that have captured it, it's just kind of depressing. And I've always been forward thinking, and I've always been heterodox, and I've always been progressive in a way.
Okay. I know it's insane, but he's actually correct in the context of comedy. And that's what he's talking about and thinking about. He thinks of himself as a funny, haha commentary guy, not as a political force. To him, the white supremacy is just an ideological informant to the real point, which is being like a celebrity, basically. You're forward thinking not in the political prescriptions, but rather in how you engage with them, if that makes any sense. This is exactly the same as Alex Jones. Yeah, and look what happened to him, dude. For a while, Alex Jones was on top of the world. And now he's a sad, fucking miserable wretch, dude. He's a dog to the administration. He doesn't do anything that they don't want him to do. They yank his leash every time there's a new tweet he has to defend. And every post he makes, he gets ratioed because everyone's like, what the fuck? You were literally like the guy talking about the deep state pedophile conspiracy, and now you can't even talk about it because you're just a dog of the administration, And you know perfectly well, by the way, the reason that he accepted that role was because they threatened him with prosecution. Like, there's probably 1,000 things the DOJ could have thrown at him. They were like, oh yeah, you want immunity. Same thing they did with Eric Adams. Same thing they did with all these people. You want immunity from prosecution? Here, now you're our guy or whatever. And now he just pathetically regurgitates everything he's told to eat. And Fuentes doesn't want to be that guy. Like, Fuentes signed up for MAGA as long as MAGA meant like epic memes and God Emperor posting about Trump. But he doesn't want to be part of MAGA if MAGA means like every day you have to pretend that the Republican Party is not entirely made up of pedophilic Zionists. That's not the kind of political engagement he signed up for. I know I'm talking a lot over the clip, but as far as I'm concerned, this is a vindication of everything I've said in the past. And it's also like a recurring pattern. The best and brightest of the far right eventually leave because they cultivate an audience of people too insufferable to deal with. They all think they're better than their audience. And in Fuentes' case, he is for the most part, but inevitably, you just don't want to deal with it anymore. So you dip. Why would you ever want to deal with these people? They're awful. Like, they're this screaming horde of mentally retarded, emotionally retarded children or man children. It's all men, which I guess might not be an issue for Fuentes, but it would chafe me a little bit, I guess. And they're aggro, and they're demanding, and they're mentally ill. Like, so many of them are clearly deranged, and you can't engage with them like normal people. Isn't it the same on the left? No. Don't get me wrong. I think that versions of these criticisms can be levied at the left, but the degree of difference is enormous. There's no comparison. Seriously, look at how people act in my chat, Hassan's chat, left Twitter, whatever, and then compare that to how they act in Fuentes' chat or on that side of Twitter. It's not just about the politics, man. There's a difference in character, a significant difference in character here. So no, it's a problem the far right has. The best and the brightest leave, or they get co-opted.
And increasingly, I don't feel like I fit in with that anymore. It used to be the case that if you were against white genocide, if you're pro-white, if you're against immigration, like...
Meaningless virtue signals here, not referring to any specific position or belief. I, myself, am literally pro-white and don't want a white genocide. Like these, but like depending on your interpretations, these could mean anything, you know? It's deliberately vague because he just wants to be like a comedy guy. You know what I mean? He wants to be a comedy guy. He doesn't want to be on the hook. Like the best example that I can think of, I consider myself pretty heterodox, and I think more so than almost anybody on the online left, I define my own positions. I have been very willing to burn bridges before or get myself in trouble over arguments to, like, I'm clearly not in this just to be with a crowd, right? But from my perspective, it feels like, what if Bernie Sanders became the president, but then he ended up doing the exact same thing every other Democrat would do, like he just became another deep state uniparty shill, but all of my fans were telling me every day that he's based, you can't criticize him, and you're on the hook to defend everything. So now my job used to be whatever I want to talk about. Now my job is I go on and I have to like defend every tweet Bernie Sanders's press secretary makes or whatever. Like it would be agonizing for me on every level. I would feel like a ghost. It wouldn't matter how much money I made or how many followers I had, because it would feel like a totally inauthentic representation of my platform, and I wouldn't get to be like the funny haha guy. How do you keep that deviant energy up when every day like your audience is basically just egging you on to affirm every culture war grievance they want you to be a mouthpiece for? Yeesh. You'd resent us? I'd resent the fuck out of you guys. Yeah.
That is what it meant to be on our side. Now it's like you have to be a Republican culture warrior. I have to be spun up about the Super Bowl halftime show. It's just so low IQ. It's so low IQ. It's so monotonous, so repetitive. You're screaming at...
It's boring. It's not good comedy. He doesn't want to have to take a stand on these issues. He wants to choose his issues. He doesn't want to have to listen to the administration choosing his issues for him.
The halftime show because it's in Spanish. Am I supposed to do this performative outrage? Why? I'm supposed to get up out of my seat? Who gives a fuck? No, I don't think I fit in anymore because, you know, I'm telling you this, we've reached the high watermark of that stuff. I've been doing this for 10 years. I was into this before it was popular, before it was mainstream.
Again, see, he's not talking about his beliefs like a political movement. He's talking about it like an artistic style. Literally, like he is not referring to this as like a movement to achieve anything or accomplish a goal. It's like an affect. I was doing this style before anyone else, and now your version of the style sucks, and you're trying to drag me down to your end, you know?
And now it's filled with a bunch of complete fucking idiots. It's really just turned into signaling that you're a part of an in-group. And
really? On the far right? That's crazy.
We're all going to have the same take, and we're all going to have the same opinion, and we're all going to say the same thing, and we're all going to engage in this elaborate performance. I don't know who it's for, why. We're all going to perform outrage. We're all going to perform and do the same jokes, and we're all going to have the same talking points. I don't know. It's no longer interesting to me. It's no longer interesting. It's not funny anymore. It's not edgy.
See? It is true that it's not edgy. Like, the neo-Nazism stops being edgy as soon as the Department of Labor and the Department of Homeland Security are Nazi posting on Twitter actually like 24/7, you know? Now it's not edgy. It's like, oh, well, you just agree with that. Like, how your movement's in power? How's it going? How's the stock market's up? Didn't you say the stock market was Jewish? Yeah, well, okay. So what do we got going on Trump too? Epstein file cover up. Trump mentioned 1 million times in the unredacted files. Job numbers are plummeting. Real economy is doing terribly. Yeah, what are we defending here, boys? Go back and watch earlier stuff from Nick Fuentes. The only times he ever really brought up neo-Nazism was when it was like like an affect, right? Like he was bringing it up as a way to serve a broader interest, and the broader interest was usually comedic, or at the very least like shock value, right? Not something he'd stand on for its own sake. Shock jock stuff, yeah. Being a neo-Nazi used to be fun. Pepe hands. I mean, it's like I'm not defending any of this shit. It's fucking pathetic, to be honest. Like, look, I place a high value on my autonomy, my ability to say or believe what I want. You know, like I want to be able to feel like I'm authentic. The difference is, I am authentic. I do believe this stuff. If Nick Fuentes actually believed in the causes he says he does, he should be mad at the Bad Bunny halftime show. He's only not mad about it because it would be boring and trivial and culture war bullshit. He doesn't want other people. He should be. It's one of the biggest performances that happens at all in the country, and it was unambiguously a celebration of non-whiteness in America and the Americas. Like, listen, I'm not mad about it because I don't fucking care. But you should be. And you're not because it doesn't meet your definition of anti-white, but because it's tedious. And it is tedious. So why not just drop the white nationalism stuff or white supremacy, whatever the fuck, you know? Why, what, just then get around it. Just find other ways of being funny. I don't give a shit. I don't care. It's so far down the damn, I keep telling, just go to Astoria and get yourself into a situationship. You've got tons of money. You've got tons and tons and tons of money. These people have tossed money at you because they thought you were the fucking reincarnation of Adolf Hitler. But you're just a funny guy. You're just a guy who wants to do bits. So just find a better audience. Is Fuentes a failed actor too somehow? No, actually. He's a rare example of a successful actor in the right-wing space, I would say.
It's really just become a drag. At one point, we were the trolls, and now we're the butthurt ones.
True, but also, again, right, like this has nothing to do with ideology.
There was a point in time when we were having fun and we were laughing and we were trolling and we were making jokes. And now our side are the biggest butthurt faggots of all time. The far right has become the biggest butthurt faggots ever. Everybody's mad all the time. You can't make jokes. Everyone's moral fagging about everything. Purity spiraling.
Who could have humorless moral puritanism in my neo-Nazism? When he's right, he's right. Yeah, just like what kind of world did you think you were building? What did you think your followers wanted, man?
At the end of the day, people don't even really have a vision for what the country should be. I mean, half the people complaining about the halftime show aren't even white nationalists. They don't even know what the fuck they are. They just have these grievances. They don't care if America... Do you think Megyn Kelly gives a shit if America's white or not? Megyn Kelly is bitching about it like...
Megyn Kelly's pretty racist.
You think Megyn Kelly is based? Megyn Kelly's screaming, the Super Bowl should be unifying. It should be in English. You think Megyn Kelly's a white nationalist? She isn't. She's just pandering to, like, I don't know, this, like, really bitter, like, white resentment politics.
Damn, that's crazy, man. That's surely the first to have done so as well. Again, look, I think Nick is a smart guy. I've always thought he's a smart guy. This to me is pretty stupid. For one, do you not know? You know, it's not about politics for you. You just like being the guy. You can't complain. What you're essentially saying is that other people who are more successfully advocating for the political bloc that you claim to belong to, you don't support them because they're doing it in a butthurt way. Like for you, it's about the affect. But what? But do you know that, or do you not know that? Is this like a moment of self-discovery? Are you trying to like prime your audience for your departure from this? Are you going to pull a Richard Spencer or a Hanania or something? Like what's the? I guess I just don't know. Like you white grievance politics is the whole thing this has always been about, and it's not oppositional. It's not reflected on the other side. This is not anti-white grievance politics. I love white people. I am a white people. It's an imagined one-way battle that you pantomime in an effort to bring people on board a bunch of like low IQ slop political positions. Believing that the Super Bowl was anti-white is low IQ, I agree. But what's also low IQ is every other thing you believe. I only believe high IQ stuff, like I'm pro-white and anti-white genocide. Yeah, this. Oh, I'm sure.
I've always said this. I want to imagine a better future. I'm actually a progressive. And this kind of like Oliver Anthony, Matt Walsh.
Isn't Nick anti-empiricist? Well, yeah, what else would he be? He's a Nazi. Well, not even really a Nazi. He talks about being one. You have to be an anti-empiricist to get the level of ironic postmodern comedy out of the far right that you do as Nick Fuentes, but I don't really think... Again, one of these days he's going to hang his hat up.
Walsh, like knuckle dragging, like bitter ass face thing. We're all going to be grumpy and mad. I've never been on board with that. I've always seen it as defeatist and fucking pathetic and basically just this big loser mentality. The halftime show was in Spanish. Oh, I didn't know that. You're telling me for the first time. It's like, okay. The message was America is full of Latin people. Well, you know, it is. Or do we live in reality?
These are not anti-white genocide positions, my man. Putting the Super Bowl halftime show entirely in Spanish is like a resounding victory for people who are in favor of increased Latin immigration into the United States. Like there's a pretty like big one-to-one on this. If Bad Bunny says that non-white people, Spanish-speaking non-white people across the two continents, you know, there's a synchronicity and a unity and they belong in America too. Like that's pretty much one-to-one to your other position. You just only like pretending to be anti-white genocide when it's funny. And it's not funny this time.
Message is America's full of
just drop it, man. Come on. There's got to be another, like, less insane set of positions you can pretend to adopt that also give you that comedic juxtaposition you can use for, you know, for being wacky with it.
Mexicans, okay, America is like a quarter Hispanic.
Why does he even keep doing the white genocide bit if he wants to stop having a stupid audience? No, that's exactly my point. Like you're half-assing it right now. If you're essentially saying I'm not engaging with the right-wing culture war anymore because I don't find it funny, you can't do that and then say, well, but I'm still holding on to the core position of being anti-white genocide as you nonchalantly say, like, yeah, man, there are lots of Hispanic people here, whatever. What do you mean, whatever? That's the whole thing you're supposed to be mad about, but you don't want to be mad about it anymore. Then what are we doing here? Then at the end of the day, everyone ends up pro-white genocide. Everyone ends up loving black people.
So, like, I don't know, like, get real. It was clearly a middle finger to white people. You know, I didn't really feel like that at all. It just, that message wasn't really there. But you see what you want to see, and you can go on fucking Oliver Anthony Island and be seething about it. All these various events over the past 6 months, it's just like, get me out of here. I'm a celebrity. Get me out of here. Charlie Kirk was a time traveler. Hands off Venezuela. Hands off Greenland. I support ICE, but they're being too mean. The Super Bowl's in Spanish. It's like, this is not something that I fuck with at all. Lunatics are running the asylum. People that 9 months ago were woke are now telling us what's based. I don't know. I'm not a part of it.
Anon 83 cent 20.
It is pretty funny. It's a plea for help to Mamdani. Seriously, no, he could be a big Mamdani guy for sure. I don't know. I think it's interesting. I think that so on a personal level, I think I've said everything I have to say about Nick Fuentes. On a systemic level, I think it's a really interesting indication, like in a watermark sense, or waterline, like the waterline, the mark of the waterline. It's interesting in the sense that, like, there is probably a widespread belief among people on the far right. Watershed, thank you. Yeah, that's the right term. A widespread belief that right now the juxtaposition is between maintaining some degree of content authority, autonomy, versus being a regime shill. But everyone sees the regime is on its way out. Notice how he said the past 6 months? That's interesting. I'm not saying that corresponds perfectly to the release of the Epstein files, but I definitely think that over the past 6 months, being a big, like, pro-Trump guy has gotten to be a lot less fun. You basically get to, you can choose between, like, do you want to abandon the ship, or do you want to be one of those guys who will be known for just regurgitating the party line nonstop, even as members of the party are looking for a way out? You know what I mean? It's just not cool to defend Trump anymore. It might have been cool for a little while in late 2024 and early 2025 before everything, like, really hit. But now, like, day to day, like, wake up, Trump supporter, wake up, Trump defender. You have 8 more hours of pretending that he's not a pedophile to get to. You know, it's like, what's the point? You're not doing anything. You're not making America any more white. ICE barely manages to meet, like, a fraction of their estimated quota. They're pulling out in Minneapolis. They're tanking the reputation of the regime. Even longtime Republicans people aren't even turning out for the fucking special elections. It looks like the midterms are going to be a slaughter. You're hitching your ride to a dying ideology, to a failing wagon, and people are going to remember that about you too. This stuff doesn't wash off, you know? What, more clips of him doing all this? What's all this?
Kid Rock is a pathetic. Agreed. But an immigrant, who burned our flag, and walked a camera back W-15 third world country flags, all while we're getting fucked by their migrants. Paid for by Robert Kraft, a billionaire Zionist Jew, had a photo op with the Patriots next to a Jewish flag and Netanyahu? Fuck that. They ruined football long ago. Used to be for masculine men.
You're chutting out. You're chutting out.
That, he believes your ideology. It's a incoherent garbage mess of buzzwords from a person who's more ideologically pure than you.
Thank you for the big super chat. You're chutting out and it's disgusting. Like, you kind of just disgust me. You're scaring the hose. You're chutting out.
See, again, it's so lame to defend MAGA now. They have no cultural power. They don't get the Super Bowl halftime show, you know? Being like a warrior for Trump means hating everything and everyone.
Sit down, have some taco dip, and relax, okay? It's going to be fine. Enjoy your spectacle. Enjoy your goy ball. It's literally not that serious. It's not that deep at all. The chutting out is what kind of is disgusting to me. We have to all promise not to chut out. You're spiking your cortisol. You're chutting out. You're, like, adjusting your glasses. Imagine you're going to an actual social outing. You're trying to, like, network and make money. You're trying to start businesses. You know, your friends talk about gossip. My friends talk about the businesses we're starting. You're going to the sports ball game, not because you actually watch goy ball, but because you're going to take Reddit True Tide together, lift weights, talk about money and business. Imagine you're the guy at the party that's adjusting his spectacles and you're like, did you guys know that Robert Kraft owns the Super Bowl? And it's like, dude.
You'd think it would be relevant to somebody of your, you know, I wonder how his audience is taking this, because I know a bunch of Fuentes' audience is just like irony, poison, nihilistic, postmodern dipshits who are looking for anything to get a rise out of life, you know? Like, they just want to be the guy who can say stuff like goy ball because it's admittedly fun to say. They want to make the cortisol jokes, etc., etc. They just want to like always be in on the edgiest bit. But there are a lot of people in your audience, like the guy who put forward the super chat, who are like, you know, actual neo-Nazis, like the people you pretended to, like the people that you've appealed to in order to adopt their positions as an affect for comedic, like those are like, I feel like a lot of these guys are going to feel pretty betrayed in the long run, you know? They're true believers. Like they're giving you money because they think that you're like a genuine popular advocate for mainstreaming their platform, but every time they're like, "Hey Nick, remember we're supposed to be Nazis?" Nick's like, "Shut up, Goy." You're shutting out, man. You're adjusting your spectacles. You're telling me you care about stuff like Jews controlling the media? That's fucking gay and lame, bro. Who cares about that? But the super chatter is like, I thought we did. I thought we cared about that. Whether or not it's edgy or funny or contrarian, I thought we cared about it for real. I wonder how it'll pan out. Anyway, I might cover more of this in the future because again, I'm using this as the watershed. It's interesting though, isn't it? It's like genuinely a pretty huge shot. Hey, by the way, in case anyone's watching, you know, maybe I don't because I'm on YouTube, I don't get to say the slurs. There are at least a couple that I would say that I get to say, by the way, if I wasn't on YouTube. You know, maybe I'm not edgy enough for you or whatever, but notice how over here on the left we get to be wacky. We don't like wake up every day. We don't have to defend a pedophile regime. That's pretty nice, you know. I'm just saying, if you're only in it for the comedy, maybe come in for some comedy and some good political positions rather than comedy and terrible political positions, huh? Huh? I don't. Right? Anyone? Is Goy banned on YouTube yet? It's not, but I feel like it might be in the future. So that's why I'm not a Jew, so I should get to say it, you know, but shut up, white boy. That sounds backwards. It's a slur for non-Jewish people. Okay. Yeah, I'm right now. I'm lucky. I can just. I'm lucky. I can even say Zionist without getting banned. It's not a slur though, Lamau. It's not a slur, but everyone who says it's a Nazi. Well, also, like, Jewish supremacists do use it when talking about non-Jewish people. The only reason we don't really care about it is because Jews themselves are a marginalized group. But, I mean, like, yeah. It's like there's a million slurs for white people no one cares about. You know, like, you could run through them. There's like 50, just 50 off the top of your mind. You come out with 50. No one cares because there's not really any power there. Do you think Nixon was anti-Semitic? Yes. I don't know what your link is. Yes. I don't need the link. Yeah, of course he was. Did you hear the shit he said to fucking Gorbachev? Most Jews use goy with a positive affect. Well, you should hear how I say the soft A. No, I'm kidding. I would never. I'm kidding. Hold on. Let's finish this up, okay? I was 18 smoking a cigarette while waiting for the bus in Tucson. A lady called me a white devil. That's mean, I think. All right. We still have a bunch of links to go through, but we don't have the time to go through them. So I guess that means we'll be doing that tomorrow, huh? Tomorrow? Can I refer to football as goy ball without being racist? No. No. We're not getting, don't make me do a blanket mod thing on this one, okay? Is it funny? Yes. Does it make the chat look indistinguishable to the chat of a neo-Nazi? To an uneducated person, yes. You can't get cute with it. It's again, we fall once more on the rule that I get to be edgy in ways that you can't. And that's just life. And it's not fair. And you can start your own successful YouTube channel. Thank you. Let's read some donos, huh? Everyone's favorite part of the stream. That's why viewership always goes up when it happens. Dan the Danny, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Orson Zed and Tree Glorp Bro, thank you for the tier 1 subs. Really appreciate that. House on Hills and to TJ, thank you for the $5 both. Watched a clip from your stream where you talk about how lonely, miserable men become alt-right. Does this analysis apply to people like Thiel or Musk too? It might apply to Musk to an extent, but not Thiel, no. They're not just random, like, you know, mooks of the ideology. They are, you know, trendsetters and billionaires. Well, Musk isn't a trendsetter in that respect, but he follows it for different reasons. Finished Theologian, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Flips, thank you for the $5. Skipped over the 1 or 2 segments when Vosh talked about Zootopia 2 to avoid spoilers. And now that I've seen it, I have no clue where those segments are. Buddy, I have never seen Zootopia 2. I've never talked about it. You skipped over something else. I don't know what you skipped over, but I never talked about it. So, good luck. Lakey, thanks the tier 1 sub. Been watching you since high school. Now I'm a month on HRT and applying to grad school. Unk Pilby upon ye. Ooh, Jesus. Well, honored to have held your attention for so long. Good luck with grad school. God damn. Starlight Comet 22, thank you for the 2 $5 donos. You're right about the economy being simple. Where I work, the average person produces $900 an hour, but the highest paid employees make $30 an hour. It's not so much Doritos are expensive; it's that people who make the Doritos don't get paid enough. Thus, they don't spend enough, and so on. Yeah, to a large extent. If you don't make enough money, if you don't get enough slice at a pie, then you know everything relatively will come across as more expensive. WinDirects and DVS Offline, thank you for the $10 both. Really appreciate that. Finally started working out and eating / drinking better a few months ago from your advice. Ended up losing 30 pounds. Nice! Well done. That's a big shift downwards, huh? Well, upwards conceptually, but you know, downwards weight-wise. DVS Offline likewise said, I've been getting in walks around downtown as I start my fitness journey, working my way up to a healthier lifestyle, but I keep finding excuses to spend money. It's hard, you know? You only get one life. You want to spend it having fun. I get it. Don't beat yourself up over it, you know? Just in the long run, it's something to try and take care of as best you can. True Blue, thanks the tier 1 sub. Thank you for being a positive and encouraging force in my life. You helped me become more social and confident in myself despite my Tourette's. Nice. Hell yeah, I'm happy to hear that. No, I think that very little is insurmountable when it comes to that sort of thing, you know? Bucket the Blue, thank you for the $5. Uni student and 05 iPad kid here. My mental stamina for cognitive tasks seems so low, but I refuse to roll over and accept this. Any advice for how to improve? I'm not an expert on this, but like I think that you just need to set an hour or two in the day, probably like before going to sleep, to not have any screens and just read or do something mindful. You need to practice mindfulness, which is easy to do if you read a lot because you're kind of there with your thoughts, but you need to like set a time where you're not doing anything with screens. And you'll get better sleep that way if you do it right before going to bed. So that's like an added bonus. It's you have to force yourself into it. And as you do it, more, it gets easier. And then you don't have to force yourself into it. You look forward to it. Very important. Kowalski and Lukash Likata, thank you for the $5 both. Nice 1940s leather aviator jacket, Lukash. That's fantastic. And Kowalski, I'm very sorry to hear. Yeah, being self-employed is a pain in the ass for me, and I have very few expenses. I can't imagine how annoying it must be as a farmer. Thor 1, Thor 2, thank you for the very kind $10 holding my 18-hour-old child. Get wrecked, antinatalists. Nice, congratulations. Now you have a moral obligation to make the world a better place for the sake of your progeny. Congratulations, seriously, that's huge. Name it? You're right, I do get to name it. Charlie. Rubles, thank you for the $10. I feel like these dang phones have stagnated many people's developments, contributing to the rise in autism diagnosis. Better diagnostic methods. I agree. I think that right now, our diagnostic criteria for autism basically just comes down to observed behaviors and traits, feelings, things that can be changed based on your habits, your patterns. And I think that we are definitely raising people in environments where they are developing worse social skills, essentially. I think it's a real problem. All research disproves the phone cause autism thing? No, it doesn't. It doesn't. We've done. I'm not doing this again. Okay, but this does make you sound like RFK Jr. Don't look for lazy, thought-terminating cliches and intellectual outs. If you disagree with something that I believe in, disagree with it with your whole heart. Oh, it sounds like something I disagree with. Do you disagree with it? Then engage. And if you agree with it, then you agree with it, you know? But don't give me this half-hearted such and such, you know? At the end of the day, right now, we have diagnostic criteria, and they refer to patterns of behavior. People's behaviors can be changed by their education, upbringing, their emotional experiences, wide variety of things. Brains are plastic. They change as we experience different things, and we know for a fact that there are significant effects or brain differences between people who are like reading or watching TV, or like they're raised on an iPad or whatever. The extent to this, we don't know exactly. It's really tough to measure. But we do know that more people are getting autistic, so, you know. Doesn't mean it's bad or anything. It's just life, you know, it's just life. I think, I think this about basically everything, by the way. Being cis, being trans, being gay, straight, bi, whatever. I think, like, I don't think there are to me there are very few attributes psychologically or in a social psychological sense that are just innate because of your brain. Very few. I think almost everything is, to some extent or another, only to some extent, not to an entire extent, determined by environment. Doesn't mean that you can deterministically change outcomes or anything. Like, do I think environment affects whether a person grows up to be cis or trans? Yes. Do I think you could make that determination? Like, you as a parent could, like, shift those factors? No, I don't. I think those environmental factors are so multifaceted and complicated, and the way they interact with people are so strange. I don't really think that you could directly control them. Do you prefer goldfish or Cheez-Its? Cheez-Its. L? Really? The white cheddar Cheez-Its are phenomenal. Goldfish clear. Okay. Okay. All right. Strike two. Vovliana too, thank you for the $5. Vosh, I've been watching you since 2020. I'm a Marxist-Leninist now, and I genuinely believe you're an ML too. Marxism-Leninism is a statist, pedophilic psyop designed to legitimize worship of the state under Stalin by deferring to the ideological influence of Lenin. I don't believe in it. I say that because Stalin was a pedophile, which he was. But, you know, as long as we agree on everything. Floralala, thank you for the tier 3 sub. Really appreciate that. I enjoy watching your content. Thank you for streaming even when you don't feel good. Yeah, I was very brave yesterday, or the day before yesterday, because I didn't stream yesterday. Thank you. I agree. I was very brave. No, I for the most part, it's just a matter of like not doing a bad show. I just want to have the energy to, you know, put the good takes forward. Rhino Forever, thank you for the $10. Vosh, you planning to play Metal Gear Solid 2? I think it's even better than the first one. Absolutely. Yeah, for sure. Soon as well. And Mindset Novice, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Very kind of you. I haven't even started on the super chats. Uh-oh, it's happening. It's happening. Oh no. I don't know Joseph's story. By the way, once you really get into the not socialist, sorry, I can't talk at all today, the sociological perspective on psychology, I think that, because for me, it was very, not liberating, very informative. Once you realize, people say being trans, that's a social contagion. Like, people become trans because they're exposed to trans people. This is true. However, there's a corollary, right? And it's obvious if you think about it. So is being cisgender. Like this is these concept exists or they only exist in a psychosocial context. They can't exist. Nobody can be trans or cis meaningfully if they were just one person alone in the woods, like they were raised by wolves or whatever. We're talking about a social engagement here. So if it's dichotomous between cisgender and transgender, you can only really get exposure in either direction. It has to play out in a dialectical fashion as people understand the relationship between cisgenderism and transgenderism. And in so doing, like, could a trans person be motivated to be trans because of exposure to the concept? Sure, but that's the only thing that's ever been happening for cis people. The fact that they're dichotomous proves it. There's no way to have one version of that dichotomy that is innate or true outside its external criticism. You know, or not criticism necessarily, but it's counter thesis. Thought there was an underlying biology to this? Well, biology underlines literally everything about us in the same way that physics underlies everything about everything on Earth, right? Like, it's all informed by it, sure. But we're still describing psychological you know, characteristics. And social ones, moreover. Huh. Well, Knock-Knees, I'm very sorry to hear that the medicine is so difficult to obtain, but at least that means maybe there's a way for you to address it in the future by reviving your energy levels. Chat do be yapping. Seeing a show or hanging out doesn't change brain structure. Well, for one, it does. Like your brain structure, you can literally like map the brain. Your experiences alter your brain chemistry. Your brain is just like a chemical electrical vat that alters over the course of your life, not just from aging, but if you expose yourself to different experiences, like trauma can literally be mapped in the brain. And I don't mean that in some gay, like, oh, it's a part of who you are now kind of way. I mean, like, you can actually read brain signals. That's how you change, right? Everything is read in physically. It's like how when you encode information onto a CD, you are using you're scratching the information into it. There are physical changes. You can't read info onto a disk without changing it. I should probably read the super chats. Dude, I think I have like an errant mustache hair or perhaps nose hair that keeps itching the underside of the bridge of my nose, and it is pissing me the fuck off. Juan Peralta, thank you for the 147. Clay Ben Treese, thank you for the $2. I'm doing well. I hope you're doing well too. Iloram Basto, thank you for the $5. Sean Riordan, Agent Pong, and Arcane Spaghetti, thank you likewise all. I really appreciate that. As a trucker, there's been a noticeable decrease in trucks at truck stops, and I haven't been to a port in 8 months. Yeah, we'll talk about that more in the future, the K-shaped economy, how bad it's getting for most people, and how good it's getting for, for some people. It's worth engaging with. A lot of the data people look at, it's kind of lying because the spread of economic well-being is, it's kind of widening a bit. Fix your temper, Ian. If Kai Cenat can be vulnerable and improve his reading, you can fix your abusiveness. And you say the brain is retrainable, retrain yours. I have no idea what this is in reference to. Jackus, thank you for the 200 Argentinian currency. Rokana gave 6 names, but Nicola Caputo from Italy appears to not actually be connected. In Argentina, we have a powerful rich guy called Nicolas Caputo. Is there somewhere where we can see the written names he gave? I don't think so, because right now they're just referring to an unredacted version of the Epstein files that they perused through, but that we don't have access to. So I only think it's in voice, not in writing. Popo Hum and Gold H2O, thank you for the $10 both. Really appreciate that. The Metal Gear Solid 1 streams were great, Gold H2O, and I cannot tell you how much I'm looking forward to Metal Gear Solid 2. And for Popo Hum, are the debt maxers onto something? No, I am not a debt maxer at all. I think the debt is evil. I think that at the end of the day, the sort of growing financialization of the economy is not only is it like innately tied to debt accruing, but it's also gonna fucking destroy the world. Whew. You can't wellness your way out of addiction or alcoholism? I mean, you can a little bit, right? Yeah, I mean, there are things you can do to take care of yourself that can reduce the effect of addiction. You'll always be an alcoholic in the sense that you'll always be susceptible to it, right? But you're definitely like improving your alcoholism if you engage in behaviors that make it easier for you to avoid relapsing, right? I guess it just depends on your definition of, Dude, I'm getting the itch. I'm getting the itch, and it's killing me, man. Man, oh man. Arcane Spaghetti, thank you for the $2. Grim Times, thank you for the 7 Canadian. Flopbingus Republic, Bethesdaholic, nice. And Neptunian Raven, thank you for the $5 and £5. Really appreciate that. How do you cope being constantly wired into all this depressing shit every day for a living? Well, it's not all depressing, right? I mean, part of it is just a lot of this feels like good Lord, the sort of inertia of material forces that would exist whether I notice them or not. But I think that it feels better to understand a problem and to engage with it than it does to just resign yourself to the feeling that everything's bad. I'll put it this way, okay? Many people who are not politically educated and don't follow the news still feel a constant sense of despair that the world is going downhill. How do they feel that way, then, if they're not even keeping up with the news? Well, I think they get a sense of things, but without the real knowledge, the real engagement to back it up, they're just left with this formless despair. Whereas my criticisms, my worries are, at least I would think, pointed, specific, well-informed, and I pay attention to good stuff too. I pay attention to stuff that makes me happy, even if sometimes that happiness has to take the form of like vindictiveness, you know, or schadenfreude. I think it's worth keeping up with things. But yes, it can be tiring to follow the news 24/7. For sure, for sure. Well, I hope I can at least take your mind off it, Thundersong. Also, thank you for the reminder to ask White Nervosa to reduce the maximum character limit for chat posts. That's just being a goofball. Just being a goofy goober. You know it. Greg Cucharo, thank you for the $20. Really appreciate that. Dark Bondi, yeah, for him. Chris Finks and Flop Bingus Republic, thank you for the 5 both. Damn, Diablo 2 got a character class before anyone on the Epstein list was arrested. Except for Epstein, I suppose. Wait, really? Diablo 2. Huh. Available today in D2R. Wow. I'm finding that out now. Well, I know what I'm doing as soon as I'm done with stream. Holy shit. A warlock. A new class in D2R. That's crazy. Guys, if you have not played Diablo 2 Resurrected, I really think that you should. I don't think that Diablo 2 is capable of hitting the same highs that like Path of Exile does in its endgame, or even Diablo 3. Diablo 2 was made before there was a real endgame in mind. Like, you know, it was just you had just had Ubers basically. It wasn't the same. But god damn does it feel good. Diablo 2 just feels so goddamn good. For me, it is the game. Diablo 2 is what I think of in my mind when I think of a video game.
Saves a soul. Should a king in the strength.
I was hoping I could see gameplay. Well, I guess I'll get gameplay in 5 minutes when I stop talking to you guys and start playing Diablo 2. Oh, the Tristram music. Guys, please don't argue about the autism thing. It's not that serious. It doesn't change my prescriptive beliefs. I don't think you should discriminate against people for being autistic. I just think that everyone should have like well-developed social acumen. I'm not trying to... Look, let's test my theory, okay? Let's stop raising children on iPhones and smartphones. They can't use social media, and we'll see if the numbers don't change. If they don't change, then that's that, I guess, you know? No, I know, Novistic. I'm just engaging. I got a bunch of compliments today on my jacket, and I appreciate that. Wait, hold on. Saying trans is environmental instead of being innate, that's one of the base justifications for trans suppressors. No, my friend. Listen, pretending that the only way an identity can be valid is if it's inscribed by God into your brain is, in the long run, reactionary. And it doesn't save you, because real transphobes will just say, oh, I guess you're innately broken. Like, did the Nazis not go after gay people because of the widespread belief that being gay was something they couldn't help? It doesn't save you. What we need to do is engage honestly. We need to engage honestly with the fact that basically everything about our identity is constructed. We're just making choices about what we value and what we don't. You know, being a Nazi is socially constructed. It's not as though that could exist in the absence of social forces. But so can being anything else. Being generous or ingenerous or whatever else. We need to make positive, affirmative arguments for the existence of transness. Like, I don't think being trans is valid because trans people had no other choice. I think that in a very abstract sense, we all do have a choice in how we play out, and that's a valid one. And I think that's the most pro-trans you can be, you know? How can you realize your feelings without context? You can't. I was a little bit worried that this jacket would look silly sitting because it's really It's like it's cropped, but it's like really really large. But I think it looks pretty good. I'm very happy with this. Oh, want to see something before I finish up the donos and then leave? Something I'm really happy about? Guess what finally happened? Can you see it? Finally, after a wash, spraying on the back of the collar on my favorite shirt. Just a little bit more wear and tear to this thing, and I get to start patching it. Well, not patching, knitting it. Is that good or bad? Good. No, it's good. I like repaired clothing. I like I like it, you know? I would love to add some like red threads to it to try to wear it in and like break it in, you know? You want your clothes to fall apart? Well, I want to repair them. Why is that your favorite shirt? Dope graphic. Not that I recommend getting t-shirts from Double RL. They're overpriced and honestly not even the best t-shirts. Wait. Vosh, you're saying there are no trans children because it's not innate to be trans? No? What? No, that's not what I'm saying at all. I don't tons wait, children are lots of things that aren't innate. Also, I don't think it's innate to be cis. Like I don't no, I think you've misunderstood me. It's not people being stupid. It's just it's a topic. It's the sociological imagination, and I'm dragging my feet a little bit. Is there any innate gender identity? I don't think gender can be innate. Gender is a product of the relationship between your birth sex and your environment, right? Like like if your birth sex is biological, your gender is a relationship between your biology and the expectations placed on you socially, you know? So to wish Vosh didn't put together trans stuff. I know the love he talks about is helpful for people who don't know anything, but it still makes me want to burn myself. Neonium, I'm really sorry to pull this one out, but I don't appreciate the way you're speaking, so I will. I probably know more than you, and your misconceptions about my beliefs will not prevent me from speaking on it. You want to brain yourself because of the way I've spoken? I think this is ridiculous and frankly insulting. What do you mean by this? It's a insulting overstatement. I mean, if you disagree, say you disagree. What, you don't want me to speak on it because you disagree? I think that's a little bit arrogant. Still stuck in woke 1.0? No. It's just a social attainment thing. We have to be a little bit nicer. Bad end of stream vibes? It's not the end of stream. I've got 3 donos to read. DVS offline, thank you for the $5. Really appreciate that. I told an old gentleman that a suit looked nice while on my walk. Feels good to be out and socializing. Nice. I'm really happy to hear that. That is really nice, actually. Wait, Bavash, how do people have gender dysphoria before before knowing what trans even is? Because it's not entirely through because gender dysphoria. Okay. I didn't say that you can only be trans because you've encountered another trans person. You know, if that was the case, how'd the first trans person come about? What I mean is that exposure to the existence of trans people can inform the transness of others and encourage them to be trans when they might not have otherwise been. Gender dysphoria is a byproduct of the discomfort that you feel is the relationship between your body and how you would like your body to be and what people expect of your body, you know? Sometimes it's innate to the biology, and sometimes it's more like you're upset with the expectations that people have, right? Like, for instance, trans women often feel dysphoric as children when they have haircuts. Like, they cry when they get haircuts, but there's nothing biological about having long hair. So that has nothing to do with biology, but there's still genuine discomfort. Instead, the discomfort is that they see themselves on some level, you know, as women or aspirationally as women, but they see women have longer hair in general. So I guess the question then is, would young to-be trans women, they'll identify as trans women later in life, would they still cry when they get haircuts in a world where adult women have their heads shaved? The answer is no. Certainly not. For what reason would they? If anything, they would be happy about the haircut. It was explained your framing is incorrect and disingenuous. Oh, you're not referring to me. Sorry. It's okay. We can all get along. Whoa. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. This does happen every time you bring up social constructivism, though. Like, people, it leads to... because then people think that it's like an invalidation of their identity. But this is one of the reasons why I've always said that it's bad in the long run to believe that the validity of an identity stems from it being innate, because I don't think that's true with anything, you know. Was there ever another post from that person who I said was rude to me? Oh, I should have kept their logs open. No, I don't think so. Will be? Oh, okay. Hello, Nina. Writing it? Oh, no! It doesn't have to be an essay. What am I going to do? Yes, Snorcore, thank you for the $5. You're right. I have not yet played Diablo 2, but I would feel bad just skipping out on the conversation since it's already been, you know, prompted. Well, no, it'd be rude for me to leave, you know. So I'll wait. No, it's fine. I'm not hungry. How are you guys doing? Peachy? Nice. Well, how long does it take to type up a post? There's a character limit. Oh, you're not typing it up off-site, and then you're going to... Oh, no. All right. There's a reason I say sort of. I just never find discussions this inspires useful. The arguments that some people not grasping definitions are incredibly irritating. I find the positions you take out wildly irritating because you get pushed into oversimplifying things because people don't understand what you mean. Then it just makes me want to leave when no one learns anything too defensive. Neonium, I love you, but respectfully, you still didn't say what you disagree with. Look, we don't have to argue about it, okay? As a byproduct of being a live streamer, anytime you talk about... Okay, look, I got the degree that I got was in sociology. It's what I care about. It's what I like, you know. Whenever you talk about these concepts, a lot of people aren't going to get them. I think that a lot of people mistakenly think that their brains are innate, unchanging things. Like they are, like a brain is a bucket and you fill it with information And as you get older, there's more information. But by and large, the structure of the thing remains the same. And if they are something, they just must be like that. In reality, you know, obviously, there's a lot of transience to the way our brain is structured. And I think people get uncomfortable with that because they don't like the idea of everything that they are being up to the role of cosmic fate. Like, a common narrative in fantasy or sci-fi stories with alternate universes is that alternate universe versions of yourself are still very, very similar people. Like, maybe the surrounding circumstances are different, but like you're still filling the same archetype. You're still filling the same role. That's a very, very common trope. But I don't think it's backed. The tiniest difference in your environment growing up could lead to a very different person. Maybe you would always have some dispositions, right? Like there might still be some things that keep reoccurring, assuming the biology is the same. But I think that people would be shocked by how little it takes to alter the kind of person they are, you know? The friend you have here, or the thing you did here, the hobby that you developed in high school, the class that you took, which teacher you got in the class, God only knows, you know? And I think that we have to engage with that. I'll read that in 1 second, sorry. The reason it matters is it justifies the concept of biological sex being the concrete innate reality. It makes the concept of trans women are women fall flat on its face because sex isn't a bucket, it just is. I'm not sure what you mean. Biological sex isn't a concrete innate reality. Also, even if you thought that being transgender was innate and concrete, how does that make it more or less valid relative to the, like, the biology is a fact of the world. It can change, sure. But your gender is like a relationship to that, you know? It's not an innate property of the biology. Like, the argument isn't that trans women don't have whatever body part or hormone levels or whatever that trans women do have. The argument is that it doesn't necessarily define the social ascription of their gender. Well, neonium, I mean, that's the purpose of these conversations, right? You know? To, don't dogpile. We're just talking, you know? We're just talking. Okay, let me making sure that I'm not missing any, not missing anything. Okay, I think I'm caught up, except for with a couple of donos. I saw Black in the Borg, yeah. Gender not being real is the thesis here, right? No, gender is real. It's a concept. It's as real as any concept. It's just not an innate property of biology. I mean, not even biology is innate. You can change your, to be clear, again, social construct doesn't mean fake, and biological reality doesn't mean unchanging fixture of your body that can't be like, there are lots of things that are biological that can be altered. And the relationship between the biological and the social is always social because there's a social element to it. Yeah. Are you still a gender abolitionist? Yeah, of course. As long as we're clear that sex can be changed and transsexual women are biologically women. Well, biologically women is a confusing sentiment. If what you mean is, can hormones alter your biology to female biology, then yeah, of course, that's what they do, right? Like, if a trans woman, if a person identifies as a woman, then they are biologically a woman, but only insofar as biology doesn't have anything to do with being a woman as one's identity goes. You know, like there's like a confluence there between, yeah, like even the term like woman's biology or female biology doesn't necessarily relate, because contained within that term is an ascription. There's like a socially derived argument in there. That was a sentence and a half. Yeah, maybe, I don't know. I meant not real as in not in nature. Like gender isn't real in the sense that it doesn't exist in nature absent social forces. Sure, but like lots of stuff. I mean, being a gamer doesn't exist in nature, but it doesn't, like, I mean, that's just like in nature. In this case, we're referring to stuff outside the context of human social development, right? So are you saying male and female are social constructs? Well, every definition is a social construct, right? We made the words. We didn't discover them. So, yeah. They're social constructs that refer to groupings of biological attributes. But yes, scientists did have to make a decision about which attributes they considered male and female and where to draw that line, you know? Like, there are many species on Earth that have non-binary sexual like trimorphism. Like you have sexual characteristics that don't fit along a spectrum, but rather along a broader continuum. And you do have to make decisions about like how to categorize that. So I mean, like everything is socially constructed from a descriptionist sense. It's more like is the underlying biological attributes, are those socially constructed? And like, no, of course not, you know. If your body has these cells and these features and so on, then, you know, that is what it is. Where do you even get that? What do you mean? Thoughts on music? Don't you do that. I'm already here over time, okay? I mean, yes, but we can look at sex organs being the core component as they produce sex hormones that activate certain genes. Oh, but that's a decision. Like, there are different ways you can go about this. There are sexual organs, but then there are, you know, people who are male or female who don't have genitals. You can go by the like the gametes, XX or XY, but there are people who have neither of those. Like there's the XXY stuff, you know, or there are people who are XY but are, because of androgen insensitivity, are biologically basically just XX. So like, where do you fall on that one? You know, what happens if you have people who it seems like all the characteristics line up one way, but then the one defining criteria goes the other way? In truth, it's you know, it's complicated. Everything in life is complicated. And the more finicky you want to get with it, the more there is to talk about. You know? There's no way around it. But yes, and do not be, you know, dissuaded from this, right? Any nuanced understanding of biology dramatically affirms the, I guess term would be, validity of trans people. That like easily does, you know. The more, if you know like basically anything about biology, the idea like, oh, obviously gender is a separate category and so on and so on, these things follow innately. Ignorance is the path to obfuscation on this, so you should try to be familiar with it. Oh, enjoy your time at Toby and Jocko's, Saint and Twine. Thank you very, very much. Okay, I gotta get out of here. DVS offline, thank you for the $5. My parents are trying to get me into a mortgage. Getting a mortgage instead of renting when I move out of here soon. Do not let your stupid fucking parents persuade you into getting a mortgage when you move out of the house. That's insane. Maybe they bought their house for $20K like 50 years ago, okay? Do not do that. Just rent for now. Corsnor, thank you for the $5. Read my email about donut. Sure, I haven't gone to emails in a couple days, but I have not skipped any emails, so I promise you that I will see yours and respond appropriately. Xanadu77, thank you for the $6. Really appreciate that. The helping friendly book, it seemed possessed. The ancient secret of eternal joy and never-ending splendor. The trick was to surrender to the flow. Like an ant on a log drifting down the river. DVS Offline, thank you for the $5. I think the argument that being trans or cis is not innate helps people like myself. For a time, I consider myself a trans woman, and that helped me find me. Yeah, I think that, yeah, it should just don't lose yourself to the belief that identity positions are valid only if you can't help being them. I think that's insane and quite depressing, to be honest. I don't know. Can you imagine if we were like that for everything? Oh, you're only a real socialist because you can't help it? I don't get that at all. It doesn't defend you against the fascists. It just seems like a defeatist mindset. Like you wake up and you're like, well, I'm just like this. I don't know. I mean, sometimes you are, but Snorcore, thank you for the $5. I will look. KS, thank you for the $5. Very happy to hear that you've been able to resolve whatever thing was hanging over your head and get your passport back. Nice. And I think that does it for me. Oh, April, thank you for the $5. Thanks for chatting about trans stuff. It's fun to hear your perspective. Yeah, no, I think that besides the fact that trans people are people and all that gay shit, I also think that engaging with the social psychology of transness is a good way to get people to consider the broader conversation about social constructivism, and also in the long run dialectical materialism, because I would argue that our understanding of transness is informed by the dialectic between it and cisgenderism. And if you're going to go down that route, it's like, okay, how many other concepts? Technically this is Hegelian, right, because we're talking about ideology, but there's a material component to the way these things implement themselves in the real world. And obviously if we're talking about power struggles, so on and so on, but it's a good onboarding for a lot of these like higher level topics. Not to suggest that I'm an expert on any of them, though I do think I, relative to the general background chatter online, do a good job discussing them, which is why I was defensive earlier when someone in chat was mean to me. All right, everyone. I have to go. I had to go 30 minutes ago. I love you all very much. Please take care. I will be here tomorrow. Santa Pine, thank you for the $2. Keep on at it. I love you very, very much. Take care. I'll see you guys soon. I'm going to play some DTR2. Let's go!